Então, boa tarde primeiro, agradeço muito a presença de todo mundo que veio prestigiar o evento. Hoje a gente está dando continuidade para a nossa sequência de seminários do LEPES, que são seminários mensais, dessa vez fazendo um evento um pouquinho maior, com 3 falas ao invés de uma, né? E tendo alguns convidados internacionais e contando também com o apoio generoso de alguns parceiros para ajudar a organizar o nosso evento, tá certo? Queria, por favor, a professora Lucy se levantasse e se apresentasse para a plateia, representando a pós-graduação da psicologia. Foi uma gentileza nos ajudar com a organização do evento. O Instituto Ayrton Senna, que ajudou a trazer os palestrantes estrangeiros, também está representado aqui pela Ana Neto. Cadê a Ana Neto? E a Faculdade de Economia, que esse ano faz 25 anos, então virou também um evento que é parte das celebrações dos 25 anos da FEA Ribeirão. Para quem não sabe, o dia de hoje, a maioria das falas vai ser em inglês, a última, o Ricardo ainda está pensando como vai bolar, mas as falas vão ser ministradas pelo professor Oliver John, da Universidade de Berkeley, pelo professor Filip de Fruyt, da Universidade de Ghent, na Bélgica, e pelo Ricardo Madeira, colega nosso da Economia da USP de São Paulo. O professor Oliver vai falar primeiro, a gente trocou a ordem dos eventos, trabalha com psicologia da personalidade desde há muito tempo, é o autor de um instrumento famoso, que é o Big Five Inventory, o BFI, usado no mundo inteiro, traduzido em diversas línguas, eu já cheguei a ver, inclusive, em coreano, uma vez. O professor Filip é professor titular da Universidade de Ghent, ele é o chair da cadeira Ayrton Senna na Universidade de Ghent. Em 2015, eu, junto com o professor Filip, o professor Oliver e o professor Ricardo Prime, da Universidade de São Francisco de Campinas, que também está aqui presente, mais o professor Ricardo Paes de Barros, que hoje está no INSPER, criamos um think tank chamado EduLab 21. O EduLab 21 tem 2 sedes, uma no Brasil, que fica atualmente no INSPER, outra que fica em Ghent, na Bélgica, que é liderada pelo professor Filip. Aqui na FEA, eu, junto com o professor Luiz Guilherme, conduzimos o Laboratório de Estudos e Pesquisa em Economia Social, o LEPES, e cada mês a gente faz um seminário que prioriza uma das nossas 4 agendas, a gente rotaciona o tema baseado nas nossas agendas, que são o desenvolvimento socioemocional na escola, que vai ser o tema de hoje, desenvolvimento infantil, que foi o tema do mês passado, gestão escolar e incentivos em sala de aula, que foi o tema de março, e criminalidade e violência, que vai ser o tema de junho, com a visita de uma professora estrangeira, professora Adriana Camacho, da Universidade de Los Andes, vai ser no dia 28 de junho, se eu não me engano, mas a gente vai divulgar, vai falar sobre criminalidade. Sem mais delongas, queria então convidar o professor Oliver, que na verdade já está aqui, para o palco. Thank you, Oliver, very much. I'm now transferring the command of the ship to you. And Oliver is going to speak about socio-emotional competencies in childhood. He will talk a little bit about his experience with the puppets assessment that he helped to create in Berkeley. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that wonderful introduction. I couldn't understand much of what he said. It's all lies, all lies. I always think it's useful to tell you, the truth. So I have some confessions. Right? I have a very personal interest in this. It is not just because I'm a researcher, but also I have 2 kids. And they go to the Berkeley public school system, so I'm very interested in this for personal reasons, and I'm also a teacher. I teach at the University of California. Usually, you guys will ask me not about socio-emotional skills, but about Trump. So I wanted you to know that I live in Berkeley, but we are very left-wing, and so we have no nuclear-free zone and Trump-free zone, okay? We are among the cities that give refuge to the people that Trump wants to kick out, so they can all come to us. The other reason why I'm very excited to be here with you today is that I'm very interested in having a partnership or more of a dialogue and collaboration between economists and psychologists. And there are lots of things that psychologists know that economists don't know, but at the same time, we can also learn from the economists. So I'm hoping that this will be a continuing dialogue. Most of the work that I will talk about has been done by my students and by my colleagues, and my wife is a clinical psychologist, so if I'm in trouble, do you want me to use this? Is this better? Okay.
The closer the better.
The closer the better. Okay, well, I will put it right here. How about that? Okay, perfect. Okay, and when I have a new idea, the first person I talk to is my wife, who actually deals with people with problems in the real world, right? I'm just sitting in a laboratory at the university, so she gets a lot of credit. And finally, there are signs in all Berkeley classrooms that says there are no stupid questions. So if I'm saying something and you're saying, huh, what is this gringo talking about? Then you say, stop, can you explain this or say more about this? Because I know this material, right? I'm not here for myself. I'm here because I want to talk to you guys. And so stop me. We have enough time, and I will explain. Okay? All right. So I'm going to talk about 3 things. And you can see it's too many things. So, I'm trying to please Luis and Daniel here. But so the first thing I want to start out with is something that you economists might already know, which is why should you care about non-cognitive skills and the peri-preschool? Then we're going to talk about the things that the psychologists care the most about. What are those socio-emotional skills that, showed up in the peri-preschool? And then we're going to talk about the stuff that I'm most excited about, which is new to me, which is the Berkeley puppet interview, because it's a procedure to ask kids about themselves and their socio-emotional skills all the way down to age 5. Okay? So I want to start with one of my heroes. This is this guy Einstein, who said, I have no special intellectual gifts. I'm only passionately curious, right? So curiosity is something that he said, that's really core. Being smart is nice, but that is not going to do anything if you're just sitting in a corner and not doing anything with your intelligence. So the idea really is that non-cognitive attributes like being curious and working hard are critical in life and achievement. And it's something that Einstein realized. If you look at him, this guy published, multiple hundred papers. It was not just 3 clever, brilliant ones. That guy worked hard. So he emphasized this importance of non-cognitive factors, and you can see what this looks like, right? There's curiosity, right? That's how we are trying to get at this in this project that we are doing with the Ayrton Senna Institute in Sao Paulo. So let me start with a very famous study, which is the high-scope peri-preschool program that were started in the 1960s in Michigan. That was when all the Americans were very optimistic. If we just put more teachers and more love and attention in, things are going to get better. And there was funding for these important interventions. And something that makes my economist friends very happy, it was a randomized design. Now, turns out randomized designs are always iffy, not 100% randomized, but as good as they come, okay? And so what they did is they basically provided preschool education. At that time, like in Brazil, preschool education was not a generally practiced opportunity. And they did extra support for these very disadvantaged children with home visits and parenting support and everything. Now, the reason why this study is so amazing is that they have been following up these kids for the next 40 years, right? So they have data all the way into middle adulthood. And then a guy named James Heckman. Have you ever heard of this guy, James Heckman? You know, seems to be a pretty famous guy in your circles, right? He looked at these data, right? I mean, it's like he didn't collect a single data point. Remember, he did not, you know, he just got the data, and then he did some magic. And what they conclude is that we find statistically significant and, more important, economically important program effects for both males and females. So these positive effects replicated. Now, why am I telling you about this? Because look what happened to these Perry kids. There were fewer arrests and imprisonment, so less involvement, less problems with crime and violence, greater employment and economic outcomes by age 27, better educational outcomes. Now, it turns out those effects were stronger for women, right? Women paid more attention to the educational opportunities, greater earnings and employment again by age 40. So these are really long-term outcomes. And Heckman estimated that there was a pretty substantial return on that initial investment. So I'm the psychologist who's saying, well, this is great, you know, I mean, is it totally surprising that there are good effects? Not necessarily. I want to know, what are the mechanisms? What was influenced? How did this work? So the first obvious thing, the economist says, well, obviously these kids improved their IQ, right? They got smarter, and because they're smarter, they had all these wonderful outcomes in their adult lives. Whoops, not true, right? So they did not improve on IQ, and so apparently all of these positive effects came some other way. What's the other way? So Heckman says boosts in non-cognitive traits. And so now, of course, we have to say, what are those non-cognitive traits? And can we measure them? Because look, they weren't measured in the Perry study, so we don't really know, right? I mean, I will give you my guesses, what I think happened, but that's post hoc, right? So we really, if we want to do this stuff to understand what gets changed, how do we change it, what should we change, how is this going to impact life later on, then we need to measure these things. So that's one of my goals for today, is to show you something about both these constructs and the measurements. Now there's another teaser I have for you. This is something that I've taken from a great project that I'm mostly a free writer. I get to make smart comments and be difficult and so on, but it's really Daniel Santos's work. And where's Primi? There's Ricardo Primi and a few other people at the Senna Institute. But look at this. So we are trying to understand is what makes for upward mobility. And I hear that many people in this room are very concerned about causality, so I have no causal claims here. This is purely a correlation, okay? So look at this lovely table. This is this amazing Enough survey that you probably all know about, right? Like every 2 years they go out and get 2,000 Brazilians from all walks of life, and they have a really kind of a cool sort of intellectual functioning test. Can you balance your checkbook? Those kinds of questions. And it involves both language and math. And very sneakily, they heard we were doing this, you know, socio-emotional stuff, and they said, well, if you're really nice to us, you can include like maybe 5 questions. And I think, Primi, you got them up to like 20 questions or something like that. So we were allowed to ask 20 questions about socio-emotional characteristics. What? 30. Oh my God, very generous, right? But you can't really do that much with 30. And so what the question we're asking here then is, if you look at kids that are at a disadvantage, so you can do this in many different ways. This is mother's education. Mother got less than 5 years of education or more than 5 years of education. Very simple illustration here, okay? And then you see how much school the kids completed on the left-hand side. Now notice, you know, these are the people, no surprise. They come from disadvantaged, vulnerable backgrounds, and they themselves don't complete that much education. And the high highs, advantaged backgrounds, they get more education. But the red number are the interesting cases, right? They come from disadvantaged backgrounds, but man, they made it up there. They somehow stayed with it, right? They kind of advanced in terms of their education. And now what we can do is we can look at their socio-emotional attributes. I'm going to show you just one, which is this thing that we'll talk more about this, that we call conscientious self-management. And what you see here is that the low lows are at 5.4. No surprise, they're lower. The high highs are at 6.1. But look at this group, the red number, right? They are at the same socio-emotional functioning level as the advantaged kids. So what this says, it doesn't prove causality, it says that maybe these socio-emotional characteristics are important, and they may be another avenue for those of us who come from less advantaged backgrounds to kind of come back up. And so learning those kinds of skills may be really an important function of schools and of intervention programs. All right, so this was to get us all psyched up that this stuff may be important. So now we're going to ask, what are these skills? And the idea that we need some kind of a framework that help us describe them, because there's too many of them that we can list. And if you look at this, there are literally hundreds of these frameworks. They're all, sometimes they're called 21st century skills. One of the terms I really hated is soft skills. What is soft about working hard? That doesn't feel soft, that feels hard, So it just seems to me that I like the label from Canada. They call it transferable skills, because it's like you can put them in your pocket, right? Those are my socio-emotional in my pocket. And now I go somewhere else. I go to my first job, or I go to graduate school. They're with me. I can transfer them with me, right? And if you think about the Perry study, that must have happened in the Perry study, because those people took those skills from their preschool experiences and their early school experience, and then took them with them into adulthood. So I like that term. Psychologists like socio-emotional skills. Why do we like that term? Because schools, guess what, are social places, right? You have to relate to those teachers, even if they're nasty teachers or if they're nice teachers. You have to have some kind of relationships with the teachers, and you have to have relationships with your peer group. Very important. We just had a discussion yesterday how important the peer group is, right? Turns out, do you think my kids go to school so that they can learn math? No. They go to school because their friends are at school, right? So the peer group clearly is something that we need to think about in all of this. So social is one piece, and then the other thing is that when I got a C minus, that's a bad grade when I was a kid learning English. I'm not originally from the United States. I was very upset, right? I was sad, and then I was afraid that my parents would be angry. Sad, afraid, angry. What are those things? Those are emotions. So kids need to learn to deal with emotions. It's not just only my own emotions, but also the emotions of the other kids, right? The aggressive or angry or upset kids that I may have to deal with. So socio-emotional names the kinds of skills that we need to learn, which is why I prefer that term. I'll show you, this is my 10-year-old's classroom. Actually, not class, this is the gymnasium where they exercise, right? Why they exercise? They're being told cooperation, right? Now, this is not in Portuguese, I'm sorry, but it turns out we have lots of people from Latin countries, most of them speaking Spanish, so there's cooperación, right? Perseverancia, respeto, right? So it's all, those are the top three that are in those Berkeley schools. But wait a second, what did Einstein say? Einstein's thing is not up here. Where's curiosity, right? Where's creativity? So we need something that's more systematic than anybody putting up a poster and saying, this is the one that I like, right? We have to have some kind of a taxonomy or structure to do this. Now, I want to tell you that I'm not the only person who is saying we need to kind of deal with these things. This is from the UNESCO. They said, you know, these skills broadly include behaviors, attitudes, and personal attributes. They make us more effective. Okay. They're going to be important to education, training, employment, and social engagement. What's missing here? Education, that's good. Employment is good. Social engagement. It's all work, right? Words like fun and well-being and happiness, right? I hear in this country, happiness is valued. So I think they can also help us with more happiness and more health. So, UNESCO says, you know, these attributes are personality and characteristics, and they're being now talked about, they are more recognized, but they're not yet systematically assessed in school. So the UNESCO says we need to pay more attention to these attributes in schools, but if we're going to tell the schools something, then maybe we need to have some kind of a model, some kind of a taxonomy, right? So for animals, my 10-year-old is very interested in animals. She knows more about animals than, you know, I ever knew, so it's very embarrassing, but she can tell me about cats and dogs and giraffes and how they are different, right? But they're all mammals, so we need to have birds in there as well. So that's what a taxonomy is that we need for this here. So I can spend a lot of time, you know, if I was only talking to psychologists, we would only talk about all the methodological details of these 50 years of work that psychologists have done. But I'm just going to tell you a couple of things that I think are kind of cool. So the first thing is that the model that we are using here and that I'll describe to you was not made by Jesus. And I mean this seriously because it is not like one grand theoretician. Like it was not like Fruyt came down from heaven and he handed us the truth, okay? That is not the way it works. The way it actually works is that we have a bottom-up approach. We do empirical research, okay? We put things together. And then the other thing, I put this on there because people are now talking about crowdsourcing, right? Well, that's how science works. There were lots of different laboratories all working on the same issues, putting things together. And so this idea that you find multiple places, multiple labs, and so what we actually find is this stuff replicates, that you get the same structure in Germany and in Berkeley and in Japan, and amazingly enough, in Sao Paulo. So it really seems to be something that has generalizability. It's something that is useful in different kinds of context. There's also comprehensiveness. We want to make sure that all important socio-emotional skills are included. Parsimony, we don't want 700, right? 700 is too many. We need a smaller number to work with. And what we're finding is that these characteristics are relatively independent of IQ. Now, the reason why that's important is I gave a talk to a medical association, and they had heard that maybe socio-emotional characteristics are important in doctors, right? When you go talk to your doctor, it's kind of nicer if the doctor has some empathy for your situation, right? If they are curious, like Einstein, about what's going on with you, right? Well, it turns out that's not how they pick people for medical school. They only pick the people that do the best on written exams. Wait a second. The doctor is super good at written exams. Is that really what we want in a doctor, right? So I talked to them and they said, well, the problem is, yes, we get it. We all want doctors who have empathy and who are curious. They're nice, but then they're stupid, and we don't want stupid doctors. And I said, where are you coming from? It turns out empathy and stupidity are not correlated. Being empathic doesn't make you stupid. So really important to recognize that these socio-emotional characteristics are correlated zero, essentially, with IQ, right? there are nice, smart people, and then there are really mean, nasty, smart people, right? So, really critical to realize that we are having a different domain of functioning here. And so, we've been working with this amazing team from the Ayrton Senna Institute. We've really been doing some amazing work here in Brazil now. We are jokingly calling it the Senna 17. I don't know whether that's going to be the final label, but really the idea is that we can differentiate at least 17 more specific constructs that map into something even simpler, and that's easy to remember. And guess what? You know, you have 5 fingers on that hand, right? It's the big 5. And so here the big 5, and Primi, will you help me giving the correct Portuguese words? So there's open-mindedness, which is, okay, engaging with others, engajamento com outros, that's okay, that's all right. Amabilidade, all right. All right, and then conscientiousness is self-management. So what is that? Okay, autogestion, okay. And then negative emotion regulation is learning how to deal with negative emotions. We call it resiliência, right? Yeah. So being resilient, sort of not being washed away when negative things happen, but being able to put it together emotionally. And here are the 17, because for most purposes, we want to talk about the lower level things, right? We don't want to just talk about the 5, but the 5 are useful because they organize things. So back to the preschool kids, what major skills did they learn? So what did Heckman find better school performance? Do psychologists know something about socio-emotional skills and school performance? Well, we've been working on this for about 25 years or something like this. So it turns out there's 2 independent pathways. One is conscientious self-management. So those are skills that have to do with organizing your backpack and your school books and keeping track of when the exam is so that you're actually in school when the exam is taking place, right? I see this, you know, with my kids. They come back and say, the teacher wants us to pack our backpacks the night before. And I say, well, the night before? That seems early. And they say, no, because then I don't have a hectic morning. I can just grab my backpack and go to school. What great teaching, right? That teacher knows something that as a parent I'm too lame, you know? So when my kid packs the bag, I set the breakfast table now, right? I put down a fork and knife and plate and so on. So we're kind of prepared. So the morning is going to be easier. So you can see how, in a way you could say these little kids are CEOs, right? They are like the CEO of the company making it work at school, right? There's planning and organizing. Once you start thinking about it, yes, that would help you do better in school, right? You get to learn more stuff because you're not like searching half of the time. I mean, I have colleagues, you know, they're spending a lot of time searching for papers that are somewhere in their office, you know. Well, that's not really very well used time. But that's only one pathway. The other pathway is the Einstein pathway, right? The Einstein pathway says, hey, I'm curious about how this stuff works. And we call this open-mindedness in the broader sense that I'm open to new ideas, that I'm interested in what are you guys eating? There's some amazing food here in Brazil that we don't have. You know, some of it I can't pronounce, but I like it. So this is the original paper, just to show you that I'm not lying. This is a paper from 1994 where we were looking at how these big 5 characteristics relate to important school outcomes. What about less delinquency, right? That was another finding that was in the Heckman research. Do we know anything about that? Turns out we do. That conscientious self-management is again helpful, you know, so that you can do your own stuff. And now if you plan a crime really well, but you know, that's typically folks that have to, you know, steal stuff are not the most organized in terms of their skills. There's a lot of impulsivity in terms of crime. So again, if we can teach more about how to kind of organize self and life. That I think will be helpful. And then the other piece is, my bicycle was recently stolen, right? And so you wonder, did this person who took my bike, did they have empathy for me? Did they think about my feelings, what I would say when I come out and my bicycle gone, I don't have to walk home? No, right? So this amiabilidade, you know, is broadly related to kind of being more aware and concerned about others. And that therefore we want to treat them with respect, which means that we don't do things to them that we don't want others to do to us. So the big five are easy to remember with the English words. We haven't really come up with a great Portuguese thing. So it's OCEAN. And I'm going to just show you these really quickly. And I'll skip some of the methodology stuff, but the first of these five is openness. And you can see inquisitiveness. That's one of my favorite characteristics in a student, right? I like students who are curious, inquisitive, inquiring, interested in learning new things, right? I mean, you couldn't have a better description of what this is about. Exploration. Those kids, I mean, setting our kids off to explore, right? To find things out, discover new things. And then there are some things in here that may not be so obvious, like self-reflection. Well, if I'm curious, I'm also curious about what's going on inside me, right? My thoughts, my feelings. You guys may have heard the term metacognition, right? When you're thinking about learning, I'm sort of aware how my mind works. What are good learning strategies for me? That has to do with self-reflection and self-awareness. And then the other thing that we're actually working on right now is that if I'm really open, then I'm not just only open and curious to myself, but also to my fellow woman and man. And so that's why it's so interesting that this is from the 21st century skills, diversity. So appreciating diversity, respecting that others come from different backgrounds, perspectives, or cultures is a piece there. I mean, this is Trump's problem, right? That he doesn't get that people from different backgrounds are actually interesting. They're not scary. They're interesting. They can enrich and make our experience better. So you can see this O thing is a really big thing. There's lots of different pieces to it. But you can see how they all hang together. And there's my friend Einstein. And so when you look at how people subjectively rate themselves. So when I was in college, I also have an undergraduate degree in economics, and we were doing the stuff with rating scales. And my economics professors looked at me as if I was coming from the moon and says, "This is terrible measurement. This doesn't measure anything." They said, "That's not even ordinally scaled," they said to me. Okay, all right? It turns out those subjective ratings correlate with performance on creativity tests. Now, those are real. Those are objective. Those can be scored in terms of minutes and points and so on. So they also predict interest and success. Do you see the dollar signs? Dollar signs, very important, right? In what kind of jobs? What are the jobs that people with good openness skills, they want to go into what's called investigative and artistic careers. Now, you guys are in an investigative job, right? You're trying to find things out. Artistic, people that write books or put on plays, etc., right? Where that happens. And you're going to make more money when you're in that job than people that don't have these openness skills. And correlate negatively with conventional attitudes. Now look at the hair, right? Einstein, not really conventional hairdo. And actually, there's another guy who has been described as remarkably incurious. Now, it's very unusual in English to have negations like this, incurious, right? Incurious means you very clearly lack curiosity. Now, there was a president in the United States, fortunately in the past, but when I wanted to use this at an OECD conference, they axed this. They said, you can't say anything about politicians, even your own politicians. But it's this guy, George W., and it was really amazing because it turns out that Condoleezza Rice, I mean, you guys were babies when he was president, but I remember that Condoleezza Rice said, don't give him long briefing books. The guy doesn't like to read, okay? And it turns out that's the problem with Trump, too. So with Trump, what they're doing, by the way, this is completely crazy. They're putting Trump's name into each paragraph, because if his own name is in it, he keeps reading, right? If it's just ideas, who needs ideas, you know? So the curiosity piece is there. Now you're asking me, how do we do this magic measurement with those ridiculous subjective scales that don't do anything? So these are parent and teacher ratings. So in the past, we have mostly relied on parents and teachers to tell us about little kids, right? So is curious and exploring, likes to learn new things. Now, isn't that an amazing item, right? Parents and teachers can rate this about many of the kids. And I want you to know that this item was written by Jack Block in the 1950s. So this is not like somebody who's been influenced by the current work. But you can see this is to me the core of what we're talking about here. Has a vivid imagination, is creative in the way she thinks, play, or works. And now look at the last one. Daydreams, often lost in thoughts or fantasy world. Okay? Now, my friend Daniel Santos sometimes has on his face, you know, he's not listening to me. He is thinking about something else. Okay? Now, is that a sign of openness? Yes, it is. And it's a really important thing to remember that, you know, these socio-emotional characteristics show up in all kinds of domains. Then we have, so really I see this as the exploration system where we have, you know, in kids, curiosity. In little kids, you see pretend play, right? So my daughter, she was 3. She said, okay, Daddy, I'm going to be the daddy and you are going to be the baby, okay? Now that is openness, right? That is like saying, well, let's look at the world differently. Let's exchange roles with each other, and now you see what it's like to be the baby, you know? I mean, I'll give you one other one. So the same kid is now 10, and she's decided to be a vegetarian. Now, I love vegetables, but it makes my life hell, right? Because I have to have, you know, half of the family has steak, or the entire family has steak, and she has to have something else, right? So I tried to argue with her. You know, she's only 10, right? I'm a famous old professor, you know. And well, you know what she says to me? Okay, Daddy, let's do a thought experiment. Thought experiment. These 10-year-olds are so sophisticated today. Okay, great. So and she says, let's assume there's this giant, you know, and the giant is walking around. The giant sees you and says, you look like a fatty, nice, juicy bit to eat. The giant is going to eat you. How are you going to feel about that? And then she said, that's how the cow or the pig or whatever else is, how that animal feels about you. Since then, I make her salmon, and I make her tofu, and so on. But that is what I'm talking about. And this is stuff that she learns in school, because I did not teach her that, okay? So we have things here like innovation through learning. Clearly, this is important for taking in new information, to change environments, flexibility. I mean, going from California to, you know, Brazil, that requires changing and being open to the way in which things are different. These are the 17, the lower level constructs: creative imagination, aesthetic sensitivity. Left one out. Oh, the intellectual curiosity. Okay, well, that's good. So let me go on to a second one. So it might be nice to have these openness skills. It might be nice to be smart, but even then, geniuses, it says, need to work hard, right? So this is Einstein, of course, and it's actually my colleague at Stanford University Carol Dweck said that because she believes that you need to actually apply yourself. Now, if you want to get an idea of what this conscientiousness, self-management dimension is about, it's the first one. It's the best definer of this dimension. Is productive, works hard, and gets a lot done. So when I pick graduate students to work with me, first one is openness. Second one is this conscientious self-management, because people who have brilliant ideas and never do anything with them is not going to be helpful, right? Because nobody else can learn from you. If you don't publish it, if you don't share it, it's never going to be useful to the rest of the world. So getting things done. And so this is the 21st century, folks. You know, there are people from Apple and Google and so on. Execution. Execute is not a very good label. Initially, we realized it sounds like, you know, you're being killed. You know, but it's executing plans and following through. Results orientation, right? Thinking about, I would like a product at the end of the day here, right? So is prioritize getting things done. Effort. Now, we have a friend, her name is Angela Duckworth, and she studies grit. Well, I want you to know, good news is grit is already in the Big Five. It's called conscientious self-management. And so what does she have? It's called, shows a lot of grit, passion, and perseverance for long-term goals. So perseverance, we call it persistence, is sticking with things, being single-minded in getting it done, persistence, and then, of course, having high standards for self. So we think of this as the self-regulation system that allows us to meet standards and get things done. I'm going to show you, again, teacher and parent ratings. Has high standards for himself or herself. Plans things ahead, right? That's the teacher who teaches my kids to pack the bag, your school stuff the night before. Does not give up easily, persistent. There's a grit item right there. Makes things happen, gets things done. And there's the Carol Dweck quote. So clearly both of these things seem to be core, absolute core for making it through our funny school system that we have. Organization, persistence, responsibility. Now, O and C are what we sometimes call the learning circumplex, because these two are most critically important for learning stuff. But there are other things that have to do with school, right? So if my kid doesn't go to school, learning ain't going to happen, right? So we need the kids to engage. And so we're thinking of this as engaging with others. Energy and enthusiasm is what that E stands for, right? And you can see here engagement is engaged in a lot of activities or projects, likes to be involved and committed, passion, is passionate, is alive, and has strong feelings about things. Like getting involved, right? Being part of things is what we see here. Social initiative, assertiveness, enthusiasm. And I'm going to just preview here. We can find this out from little kids. It's easy for me to make new friends. If kids are playing, I don't just stand in the corner and cry. No, I walk up and ask if I can play too, right? I'm not shy when I meet new people. So that's E, and here's another interpersonal dimension from the Big Five, which is A. My friends are nice. I don't pick on other kids. If someone is mean to me, I don't hit them. Now, I want you to know, you're laughing, you know, but there's this guy, Mike Tyson, the boxer in the States, that he bit the guy's ear off, you know? I mean, this stuff needs to be learned and practiced. So, and, you know, I'm saying this with some humbleness because one of my children, when a boy was mean to her and wouldn't let her onto the slide, she bit him. And after she bit him, he went out of the way, and then I got a phone call that I needed to pick up my child from daycare because she had bitten somebody, and biting is not okay, right? But that's something we teach. We teach this stuff. It's not genetic, okay? The genetic response is you have something I want, or you're doing something I don't like, I'll bite you, or I kick you, okay? So this is teaching. So A is amabilidade, yeah, okay? English, amity, altruism, being affectionate and loving. A friend of mine said we should call this the love dimension, okay? And it's not about sex, so this is not Freud involved here. This is about the love that you feel for your child, for a friend, other people that you want to be concerned about. I'll skip about this. Harmony, right? Values harmony with others. Turns out that Brazilians value harmony more than Americans. This was an interesting experience I had here, whereas like in the United States, you can ask somebody a question and they can say yes or no. You know, yes, they want to do this, or no, they don't want to do this. It turns out you can't say no in Brazil. In Brazil, you have to say yes, and then but maybe some other things later on. Or something. So turns out valuing harmony is a really important piece. You know, it turns out people learn this to different extents, right? If you had grown up in the United States, you would learn that harmony is not the only important thing. There are other, like, autonomy and getting my way, right, are also important pieces here. And sometimes people are saying this lovey-dovey stuff, that doesn't work for guys. You know, you can't ask guys about, do you care about your friends, right? I come home, my wife says, well, how is Rick doing? An old friend of mine said, I don't know how he's doing, but men don't talk about this, We don't talk about feelings, So if you want to ask guys, you have to ask about camaraderie, a spirit of familiarity and trust and spending time together and living it up that way. Right, Pliny? That's the way we do this. All right. Oh, and good citizenship is another piece that comes, clearly is part of this broader thing. So compassionate, caring, respect, and trust. So we have the ocean, right, OCEAN, and they're independent of IQ and other cognitive skill measures. So you can have a doctor who is smart and nice, okay? Go for those doctors, just don't go to the other ones. Now, what I also wanted to tell you, and then I'm going to go to the puppet stuff, and will you tell me how much time I have? I started my timer, but it's not on there. So I wanted to tell you is that if you don't develop these skills, what we see in the schools is problem behaviors. I mean, behaviors that, not that they're a problem for the teacher, although the teachers will tell us that they're a problem, but they're also a problem for the kid because it interferes with getting the most out of the time at school. So if you don't have enough of these engagement skills, you're going to look like a withdrawn kid, right? That's not involved, not participating, and also not getting their own needs met, right? It's all of you guys who's not asking me a question here, right? You don't ask, you won't actually get that. So this is my time left? Apparently. Okay, all right, good. I thought, okay, all right, phew. All right. If you don't have enough of these empathy and other interpersonal skills that we call amabilidade, then you're going to have aggression problems. And aggression is a huge issue in schools, right? So my kid comes home and says, I can't believe how mean the other kids were again today, right? So we need to deal with that kind of stuff. Attention problems. What goes with attention is not having enough of that conscientious self-management stuff. That involves focus and organization and what you might call executive skills. Okay? And kids that, I mean, sometimes these two last ones, my friends in developmental psychology call these internalizing. What this means, if something is bad, then I'm not externalizing. I'm not like aggressively hitting the other person, but I'm taking it all out on myself. I'm feeling sad, I'm feeling upset, anxious, and depressed. That's N. That's teaching kids to deal with emotions. And then somatic complaints is all the physical stuff, right? So one of the big problems in American schools is there are some teenagers that are cutting, which is something that I find, I mean, I'm such a chicken, I can't, like when they have to take my blood, I faint, So cutting is not an option for me, right? But it's one of those very, very difficult phenomena that people kind of hurt themselves. And that's coming out of distress and sadness and upset. So these are all all problems that we see in schools and in children that have been linked correlation, not causes, right? I can't make people more, anxious and then see what happens. I can't really do this in schools. But in terms of the linkages, there seems to be something going on. And this is just kind of a slide that shows you when people talk about these dimensions, these 5 dimensions and the fastest, the more specific things, this is still relatively new. So when Filip and I started out as little baby professors in the early 1990s, the big 5, which is the blue stuff, was not very commonly used. It was like brand new at this time. So it's really just been going on for about 25 years now. And so what we're really excited about is that researchers in economics like Heckman is picking this stuff up. I mean, it's like, for me it was sort of Filip feels the same way. It was sort of, here I am, 50 years old, I'm being discovered. What do you mean? I haven't done anything in the last 25 years? Well, Heckman discovered me and the big 5, and Filip. Because now the time was ripe in economics to pay attention and focus on these things. Okay, should we take no, not yet. We're just taking a breath here for a moment, right? So I've told you about the big 5 and how this all works and that it connects up with things. Now I want to take my last 15 minutes to show you about how we kind of try to do this in little kids. And that focuses on the Berkeley puppet interview, and I have 2 specific empirical things I want to show you. So why did we get into this? Well, when we study college students, we study grown-ups like you guys, we rarely go to your parents and say, describe what Ricardo Primi is like. We don't really do that very much. We typically ask people themselves because they have a lot of expertise. And we might ask, some peers. So peer nominations might be a good way to go, right? Because we can't simply trust what, you say about yourself. We got to have some other independent data sources the way we talk about this, okay? Now with little kids, we ask the teachers, we ask parents, and Filip has done a lot of work on parent ratings. We may do some peer nominations, but that's it. Well, I'm asking, wait a second. What about the subjective experience of the child, right? Shouldn't they play a role in this? And researchers typically say, this is much too hard. First of all, the kids can't fill out a questionnaire. Like a 5-year-old, they can't even write. They're useless, And also, theoretically, the idea was like with Piaget, you are still in this concrete phase, You can't possibly entertain what your behavior and your emotions are. And I always thought that was bullshit, excuse my English here. That's bullshit because my kids, when they were 3 years old, they knew about emotions. They knew what it meant to be angry. And they use the word English as mad, right? M-A-D, mad. I'm mad at you, Daddy. Very clear. Lots of mad at me. But they have happy and they have shy. I mean, they know these terms, right? So it just seemed to me that it was kind of a chicken shit thing. That that people said, no, we can't do this with little kids. And so we had these 2 crazy graduate students who were interested not in schools per se, not in socio-emotional skills. Now remember, psychologists started out being interested in the bad stuff, right? So they were interested in psychopathology. Now that sounds terrible, right? Pathology, you're sick somehow, sick in the head, or something. So, but the idea really was they were curious about getting the child's perspective. And one of the things that they had done, which I thought was brilliant, is they asked the kids about the conflicts that the parents had. And it turned out that the reports from the kids were better than what mother and father said, right? So when the kids said they fight a lot and they yell at each other, the kids were right. Ta-da! So if the kids can say things about the parents and the parents' relationships, maybe the kids can say things about themselves too, right? And so we worked on a big 5 version of their puppet interview. And I want to emphasize here the can, right? One of the great thing about ocean, there's a can in the ocean, right? C, conscientious, A, amabilidade, and N is that negative emotion regulation. There's the can, right? Okay. So here's conscientious self-management. I try my best in school. And so the way this works, and we're going to have in 1 second, I'll show you a video. So there's the puppeteer. And one puppet says, I try my best in school. And the other said, I don't try my best in school. And then they turn to the kid, and most of the time the kid will say, I'm like that puppet, or I'm like that puppet, right? Here's another example. When I can't figure something out, I don't give up. And the other side, that's grit, right? That's persistence and grit. And the other kid says, no, I give up. And then the kid basically says which of the two puppets they're closer to. And because these graduate students in psychology were nut bars, they really wanted to make their life hard. They didn't just write down, what the kid, was the kid this way or that way. Everything gets videotaped, and then you code the videotapes as how intensively the kids said they were like puppet A or like puppet B. So you have a 7-point scale, right? So you have a nice scaling, and I know Heckman would not say this is good measurement, but that's what we can do, okay? And then we say there's amity. I pick on other kids, right? That's kind of sort of like bullying, kind of being teasing and picking on other kids. I don't pick on other kids. Again, what about you? Here's some other items. My friends are nice. If someone is mean, I bite them. Remember the biting is here's negative emotionality. I don't like myself. I like myself. That's the depressed thing, right? That is, I'm sort of feeling so sad and bad about me. I don't even like myself. I get nervous when my teacher calls on me, right? There's anxious worrying. I'm sad a lot. Okay, so those are the items. And then it says here, video to be shown at this point. Look at that. So I want you to know that all of the kids are age 5 or younger. So to me, they look like giants, but some kids are bigger than others. So take a look here, and if you could start it up, let's... So
do you want to see our picture?
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, Sabrina.
Hi.
I'm Ziggy.
Hi, Ziggy.
Hi, Sabrina.
Hi.
I'm Iggy.
Hi, Iggy.
How are you today?
Fine.
Good. You know what we want to do?
What?
Well, we want to get to know you.
Oh.
Does that sound like fun?
Yeah.
So, here's how we're going to do it. I'm going to tell you some things about myself, and I'm going to tell you some things about myself, and we want to hear some things about you.
Okay.
Okay? Great. Something? I'm smart. I'm not smart. How about you?
I'm really smart because I'm a genius.
You are. Oh. You know what? When my parents have a fight, I think they're going to yell at me too. When my parents have a fight, I don't think they're going to yell at me too. How about you?
I don't think they're going to yell at me because when parents get into a fight, it's a parent fight. They don't usually yell at kids. It doesn't have anything to do with kids.
I see. I hate myself. I don't hate myself. How about you?
I hate myself so much I think I'm stupid. But I hate myself.
Yeah, that's what you were saying earlier, huh?
I have a hard time paying attention. I don't have a hard time paying attention. What about you?
I have a hard time paying attention.
That's like me.
You know what, Evan? Kids think that I'm a good friend.
I know.
Kids don't think I'm such a good friend.
Well, I think you guys are such a good friend.
Aw, thanks. What about you? Do kids think you're a good friend, or kids not think you're such a good friend?
Well, I mean, like, they do like me.
Uh-huh.
But I I spend most of my time chasing girls.
You do?
Yes, yes.
Oh, wow.
So you can see there's a range of content that we're eliciting. It's not always directly relevant, but clearly the kids can engage with these, let me just, characteristics. Okay. So I think let me just put, I'll grab this. I think the critical piece here is that it's like a game. It's not like a psychological test. It's not, an interview per se. It's engaging with these puppets. Now, when you do things with puppets, it's very complicated to get it right. So initially, we had a red puppet and a blue puppet. And the girls always agreed that they were the same as the red puppet, and the boys were like the blue puppet. So it's more complicated than with grown-ups, right? But if you can work this out. So let me show you a little bit about what we're finding here. So this, the Big Five study is a set of 100 East Bay families and their kids. The study started when they were in pre-kindergarten, so this is preschool in the States. So they are between 4.5 and 5.5 years old. So in the States, you go to kindergarten when you're 5, right? And then you start first grade when you're 6. So by the end of first grade, a bunch of the kids are 7 years old. And most of our assessments are done at the end of the school year so that the teachers had a chance to get to know the kids, right? That they had experience in that year. And so the 3 questions I want to, and this is another difference between psychology and economics, right? When I say to my economist friends, I'm studying 100 families, they're chuckling and acting nervous, right? Because I'm not having 50,000, but I mean, imagine doing this for 50,000 people, right? I spent the rest of my life doing this. So clearly, I want to be this is really kind of more demonstration that this is feasible than that I want to say we know everything about this on the basis of this particular sample. So there's 3 questions that I wanted to get into. One of them is, can kids give us reports about themselves that are internally consistent? So if they're saying, I like chocolate ice cream, that they would then still say, I like chocolate ice cream, 6 months later. Or that if they say, I like to be with people, that on the next question later on, they wouldn't say, I really can't stand people, right? So that there's consistency both in the kinds of questions that they say yes or no to, as well as temporal consistency. That's the stability question. And then the third thing is we wanted to know, are these just random things that the kids say, or is there an emergence of a connection between what the kids say about themselves and external reality? And so what we're going to look at is what the teachers and the parents say about the kids, and at time also how they do on school tests. So by age 4.5, the coefficient alpha is about 0.65. So coefficient alpha is a measure that tells you how consistent a pattern of answers are across a diverse set of questions that are all designed to assess the same thing. So 0.65 was actually much higher than we had expected. We looked at the same kinds of items in college students, so they're in the mid-70s. And you can see how the alphas increase from age 4.5 to 5.5 to 6.5, so that then at that point they're at 70. Now, a second question that we asked, differentiation. Is it just the case that some kids say, I'm great, I have everything, and then other kids say, I hate myself, I'm terrible, I'm no good at anything? And then that wouldn't really be very interesting. That's really just kind of, do they have a positive or negative view of themselves? And what we're seeing is that even early on at age 4.5, the kids clearly can differentiate this engagement with others. So one of the things that all the kids know is shy, right? Feeling shy. And the second piece is A, so like being nice versus mean. So they know, about what it means to be mean to other kids. And by age 6 and up, we are actually able to get evidence for this entire 5-factor structure so that there's some differentiation that happens really quite early. And I have to say that was a surprise to us. We thought we would just get 2 things from the kids. And then to me, the most shocking finding is the one I hope that you can see. I didn't realize the screen would be so low. But the stability correlations are already above 0.40. Now, this means from let's say, from age 5 to age 6. So there's a whole year in between. We do the same puppet interview again. On average, the correlations are already above 0.40, which means that the kids are already learning something about their identity, about what they can do, about who they are. And that is something that I really feel parents often don't know, because parents will talk about their kids in front of their kids, right? I mean, they will say these things that I say, my gosh, your child is listening to you, right? They have a memory. They will actually, include whatever they are learning from us about them into these emerging self-concepts. And if you want to translate this correlation, what this means is that 3/4 of those answers are consistent over time. That's a lot of consistency, right? Now, I'm not saying that we are stuck with this. There's lots of changes that happen later on, but that's an important piece to keep in mind. Then a second piece is we wanted to look at how the connections are with parent and teacher behavior ratings. And what we're seeing is first, consistency for these 2 interpersonal dimensions, right? Engagement and amity. So that by age 5, there's already a connection, what the kids say about their own A and kind of being antisocial, oppositional in the teacher and parent ratings. And for social skills versus isolation. Then by age 6, we're getting connections for mastery versus distractibility, right? It's so not surprising, right? It's being able to focus. And by age 7, openness comes in. So in other words, the 5-year-olds only know the interpersonal domain, right? Well, they haven't had experience with school and task performance and so on. And then we get, what is happening at age 6? They're in kindergarten and 1st grade where they have to sit down and do things in an organized way and take turns answering questions and so on. And this sort of the creativity, openness piece is the last one to kind of grow in. And then finally, I wanted to show you, and this is going to be a quick wrap-up, is remember I told you my child no longer bites people, right? So is there really progress on these characteristics from age 5 to 7? And then because I want to be a good psychologist, it's not just that I'm curious about what the kids say, but whether what the kids say matches what the teachers and the parents say about the kids. And so this is one of the things that we need to keep in mind is that when we compare kids of the same ages, things may look a certain way, but the way kids grow differs, right? Their individual trajectory. So this is a kid that I was kind of a slow learner, but apparently I've caught up by age 50 now, and other kids move earlier and then slow down. So this is a longitudinal study where we have the same kids over 3 years from pre-K to the end of grade 1. And we always have the BPI, the puppet self-reports, and the parents and the teachers. And so what you see here is these are the increases for conscientiousness. So we can see here that you get a really substantial increase from 5 to 6, and then it still continues on from 6 to 7. So the kids are learning to be students, to be with other kids in a group. And you can see that the increase held for 78% of the kids and then another 62%. So this is something that really seems to happen with quite some regularity. Here's the effects for agreeableness. So you get this initial steep thing, and notice how the girls are higher, right? This is already, apparently we're teaching our girls to be nicer and have more empathy, and so on. And let's see, let me go to the last one here. So hold on, so then, let me go back. So I'm sorry, I said this wrong. So we have here, this is the self-report, and then this is what the parents say. So it's basically you have the self and then you have the parents. And then again, here we have the self-report. So increases for 77% of the kids, no gender differences. And then we get the parents' rate. So for some reason, the parents are not seeing any continued changes. Yep.
Which concept is this?
So this is conscientiousness. Now, the first one was agreeableness, then conscientiousness, and then this is neuroticism, this is negative affect. And so we don't have age 5 because I was too late getting the items in, so this is the cost of not being high enough on, planning ahead, right? So we have it only for 6 and 7, and you get the decrease in N. And again, you see the same thing in the parents. So there seems to be the changes that we are seeing seem to be not just that the kids are making something up, but that we get the same effects for the parents. So let me wrap up really quickly, is that kids are able to talk about their own characteristics, whether you call them personality skills or transferable skills, earlier than certainly I thought. These kids observe themselves, but also the reactions from parents and teachers, and they begin forming these self-conceptions by age 5. I mean, that's really kind of a sobering thought, that's everything gets recorded in those little brains that they have. The stability correlations were about 0.5. Now, I want you to know that's much lower than adults, right? So we have a longitudinal study of adults. What you find there is the 0.50 is over 20 years, right? So you could say 1 year in kids is about 20 years in adults in terms of stability. We do see that there's a foreshadowing of later developmental outcomes. And then finally, from my perspective, the best way to study how these socio-emotional characteristics develop is to look at transitions. So why did we study this age group? Because they're transitioning from the home into kind of a more structured school system. And so if you ask me what would I study next, well, I would look at the transition, to high school and see how kids negotiate adolescence and puberty and all of that. So one conclusion really for us is that we as adults have a lot of responsibility to help kids in these transitions and to help them structure, with support, with stimulation, and sometimes with puppets. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Oliver. Just a second. Lucas, pergunta para a plateia, se precisar, você traduz para ele. Bom, eu acho que a gente tem tempo para umas 4 ou 5 perguntas da plateia. Quem se sentir mais à vontade para fazer em português, faz. O Lucas ajuda traduzindo aqui na frente. Quem quiser fazer diretamente em inglês, faz. E quem quiser, tiver perguntas, então, para o Oliver, por favor, levanta a mão, eu levo o microfone até aí.
Em português, aí pode ser.
Lucas, vai fazer em português.
Ok, boa tarde. Eu sou a professora Marina Bazon, da Psicologia. E eu queria saber, tal qual para o Five Factors Model, na verdade, para o Big Five também se pressupõe que a base dos 5 fatores, na verdade, remete a um background biológico, não?
Yep.
Eu acho que melhor primeiro
fazer
completar
todas.
5 perguntas. I think it's better to first collect the 5 questions and then you answer them all, because otherwise we will run short of time, right?
Well, while you collect some questions, why don't I just answer that one? And because it's a question that everybody asks, right? So it turns out that when kids are born, and I have 2 kids, they come out differently. They are not the same, right? Now, we know from research that about half of the variation has to do with broadly biological factors. And what that means is that the other half changes. The other half is us. The other half is the environment. So that's one answer. The other answer is that probably the most heritable characteristic in all of human nature is how tall you are, right? So it turns out that Daniel had taller parents, than Ricardo had, right? However, it turns out that if you say, well, it's biological, so I don't need to feed my kids. They're genetically going to get taller. Would you stop feeding your child? No, right? So the environment is still important to activate the stuff that the genes can do so that Daniel can grow as tall and handsome as he is. If we stopped feeding him, there would be no Daniel today. And so it's the same way with these socio-emotional characteristics. So my older daughter learned empathy much more quickly, right, than the younger one. The younger one, we have, another kid comes over and she says, I want the biggest piece of the cake and I want it now. And I say, no, we are practicing our empathy. And so I will cut the cake and then the guest chooses first. And she's not happy, but so we're practicing. So some kids need more practice than others. So even though the biology is real, no question about that, the biology really makes some things easier for some kids and some things harder for some kids. There's no determination, and the best thing really is the food example and height, right? It's all biological supposedly, but if you don't get protein, you're going to be a shrimp. You're not going to grow as tall as you could. So what we're now understanding is there's a both. That in other words, we are biological creatures, but we are growing up in a social and emotional environment. Thank you for asking that. It's one of those things that really we need to be aware of.
Mais perguntas? So I have a question for you, Oliver. So do you already have some study connecting the puppets with a standard self-report on the Big Five? Can you say that they belong to the same scale or the same construct?
I was afraid he was going to ask me this. So I right now have at home in Berkeley, I have the BFI for the kids when the kids are 12. But I have to write another paper first, so I've promised I will not look at those data. But I can tell you the following. So the project we're working on right now is we have school performance from these same kids measured in grade 4 and in grade 9. And this is very cleverly done because the test is the Peabody, it's called PEAT, the Peabody something test. And it was given to the kids at home. So basically one of the poor grad students has to go to everybody's home and give them the PEAT. See, grad student existence, is a complicated thing. And so what we can show is that what the kids said about their conscientiousness in grade 1 predicts their performance in language with a correlation of 0.32. So this is 3 years later, looking only what they said in grade 1. Okay? So clearly there is validity forward. So there's a connection into something that's really hardcore measurement. The correlation for math is 0.21, a little smaller. And then the PEAT also has like a general knowledge that you know things about the world. And that's also correlated 0.26. And the reason why I'm so excited about this, we also have the ratings from the mother and the father, right? From grade 1. It turns out the correlations for the kids are stronger to the school performance than for the parents. So when people say father knows best, father doesn't necessarily know best. In this case, the kids are the ones who are the better predictors, even though they are only in grade 1 to know what's going to happen, 4 years later. So you could say that they, in a way, are more accurate describers of their characteristics. What you are going to ask me about predictions, I think that there are going to be links, but they're going to be small because there's lots of time from age 6 to age 12, right? That there are other experiences that are likely to have happened, but I will have the answer for you in 6 months.
Hello. It's about the genetic thing, like the biological. As you said, we have biological factors and social factors that combine with each other and make out the kids. And as you showed in those graphs, we had like the girls above the boys, like almost all the measures, like for the big five. Do you think is it possible to split the biological thing, like being a boy or a girl, or it's like you were born a girl and you were treated in a different way, and that's the way?
Yeah, so the gender differences are a very complicated topic. So it turns out I like women, so for me I'm very glad that the women are scoring higher. But it turns out that we humans treat our children differently from day one. And, parents like me, say, oh, I treat my boy and I don't have any boys, I only have girls. So, but, lots of parents say, I treat my boy and my daughter the same way. And the psychology researchers, they're not very trusting people, right? So they didn't believe this. So they set up cameras in the baby room. And then they collect the tapes at the end of the day and they look at the tapes. And it turns out that if the parent knows, the parents kind of know the gender, right? So if you're a girl, you're lying in the crib and say, oh, right? So there's a lot of vocalizations to the girls, okay? Whereas the boys, they get picked up and thrown around. And so there's much more vigorous physical activity. And I read about this research before we had children. And you should see me with my daughters. My wife is always scared that they will bump the head and I will drop them. I twirl them around because I am not going to treat them differently, right? So part of gender is that socialization happens very, very early. And so when, like what we see in this study and in many other studies, the girls are better with language. Surprise, surprise, right? I mean, it's something that gets emphasized by the parents early. Doesn't mean that there may not be something genetic that maybe, the biology emphasized that women needed to be able to talk about feelings because the boys are out killing, mammoth and bears or something. But clearly socialization plays an important role, and there's no evidence that men cannot learn empathy. Okay, we can do it. We just need practice. So I'm hopeful that men can improve, like in terms of child care. I've changed many poopy diapers, and then turns out there's no gender difference in the quality of the diaper changing. So we can do it.
Okay, one more question, I think. No? Ok, thanks, Oliver, very much. Vamos ter então 10 minutos de intervalo agora e depois a gente volta com a segunda sessão aqui. Obrigado.
Let's see Filip's material over there.
Excellent.
It was excellent.
That was what I was supposed to do. Good. Very good. I learned a lot. Excellent. That's great. You know about diapers already. That's something I'm going to come here to learn.
Beleza. Obrigado.
right. Good talk. So you can better follow. I'll survive.
Alô, alô.
Yeah, could be. Yeah. Well, I have my watch here, so
Deu para aproveitar aí?
and if I'm going over it, kick me out. So
Alô? Bom, dando continuidade então para o evento de hoje, vou passar agora a palavra para o Filip de Fruyt, professor em Ghent, que vai falar sobre Personality Antecedents of Adaptive and Maladaptive Consequential Outcomes from Youth to Young Adulthood. Thank you, Filip, a lot, and the word is yours.
thanks. So, do you hear me? Okay. So, if my voice would go down, you simply wave or make some noise, and I'll try to adapt quickly. So, it's a very long title. Thank you, Daniel, for helping me out. It's an honor and it's a pleasure to be here. As some of you already know, we like to come to Brazil. It's for a Belgian. I'm coming from Ghent, which is a very, very small city in a very small country. Huh? So every time I come to Brazil, huge distances, every time we fly into Sao Paulo, and then you see a city of about 20 million people, if I remember well, 18,000 buildings of 10 floors. It's really, really impressive. So I really like to come here. For a number of years, my friends at the Ayrton Senna Institute and especially Daniel tried to make me very enthusiastic to come to Ribeirão Preto. So we finally made it. He advertised it very generously, saying that he was located at a very nice campus, and I have to admit this is really wonderful. Huh? It's so green here, and I'm completely perplexed if I'm watching all these different trees in all these very different forms and shapes. That's really wonderful. He also said that it would be nice weather here. So, so for a Belgian who is used to rain every 2 days, I thought, yes, we're going to a sunny place. But last night and this morning, so I called my daughter this morning and she said, well, it seems to be rainy there and here it's sunny. I said, So anyway. So I will not complain too much. I will just mention that I'm very fortunate that a couple of years ago, and I think I'm speaking for Oliver as well, that both of us got invited to join people working at the Ayrton Senna Institute and collaborating with other people from universities here in Brazil, with Daniel, with Ricardo Primi, and several other people. I have been always interested I'm basically an academic, but I have been always interested in applying knowledge. So I'm interested in real life problems and in applying our knowledge. And this was an extra challenge because we got the opportunity to collaborate and to work together with economists. And to be honest, I had worked with sociologists, with people in a demography department, with a lot of medical people, but I have never worked with economists. So this was a really a nice opportunity, and I feel very fortunate. Daniel gave us a T-shirt of LEPES, of his lab. I have this kind of T-shirt. I apologize that I didn't have it here today, but I feel like a kind of rock star. I feel like Lemmy of Motorhead, who is facing his audience with all hardcore fans wearing Motorhead T-shirts in the front here.
So anyway, so today Daniel asked me to talk a little bit about some of the stuff I have been working on the past years and to broaden that a little bit up. So this could be an interesting talk. We'll hear within an hour. So this could be an interesting talk and an informative talk for you, a public of a mix of psychologists and economists. So how many here are psychologists? Wow, that's a big group. And how many have a background in economy? The blue t-shirts, the hardcore. Huh? LEPES, LEPES. Huh? Anyway, so I'll try to do my best to serve both audiences a little bit. If it would get obscure at some time, please ask for a clarification. I'm used to big crowds. Just before coming here, I always do an undergraduate class of 700 to 800 each week, so this is a very, very comfortable audience. Huh? So if you have a question, please feel free to ask. Anyway, this is the kind of program I had in mind for this afternoon. Oliver already introduced you to the Big Five and actually talked about the Berkeley Puppet interview. I will talk about the Big Five as well, but try to approach it from some different angles, so you really see that there are many, many roads to come to Rome, so to speak. So that we come up with evidence for this model from very different backgrounds. For the clinical people in the room, I will talk a little bit about what we would call a general trait model like the Big Five, and then open that a little bit more up towards the clinical field. And I will talk a little bit about maladaptive traits and how that fits in with a broader trait model. What I thought would be also interesting is to talk a little bit how our conceptualization is how we see actually personality relative to different other constructs. We see personality as a kind of building blocks of skills. And I'll introduce one model that could help us a little bit there. Further, I will discuss some developmental patterns of traits. Oliver focused at a very young age, but he has done, together with one of his collaborators, Chris Soto, a set of interesting studies looking at developmental patterns in the Big Five from a broader perspective. With my group in Ghent, we have looked at a little bit, we went into developmental mechanisms of personality, and that might be also interesting, I think, for the economists, if you are interested in connections between skills and outcomes. You are interested in the mechanisms, how you can actually explain this kind of relationship. And then I will try, and that might be overly ambitious, but at least I will try to bring all this stuff a little bit together in a kind of integrative model. And if there's time left, I would like to go into the issue of some consequential outcomes and maybe wrap that up in a kind of takeaway message, and especially listen to your questions. Good. So I will have my academic hat on this afternoon, so I'm not speaking on behalf of EduLab or of the Ayrton Senna Foundation. Mainly what I will cover is coming from academic research. So, another or a developmental perspective on traits. Years ago, there were a number of smart people who came up with the idea that if an individual difference or if a personality difference would be important, that there would be words, there would be labels to refer to that difference. So for the economists in the room, this is what is called the lexical hypothesis. So the idea is, if an individual difference or if a personality difference is important in a particular culture, there will be words to denote this particular kind of difference. So many of our colleagues, Frits Ostendorf, Oliver's colleague, years ago, they started with actually taking all personality descriptive language out of dictionaries. So they used the Werich dictionary for Germany, the Webster's dictionary for the English language, and they did that for a bunch of different languages. And they took all the personality descriptive adjectives out of that and presented these adjectives to people and asked for a self-description or to other people to rate a particular target person. And if you run a data reduction technique, factor analysis on that, well, you come to these big five. So Oliver already tried to convince you that there's cross-cultural evidence for that. And there were a number of people criticizing this kind of perspective, saying, hey, this is really a kind of look in terms of the passive personality descriptive language. And Oliver showed you a couple of slides when he was talking about the 21st century skills, and some of you have probably noticed that the name of Charles Fadell was on there. So what Fadell actually did is he came up with a very, very broad list of 21st century skills. I think, if I'm correctly, about 200 of these skills. Well, if you look at the skills he is mentioning, well, some of the words that are used to refer to these skills, we as academics do not even know exactly what is meant by that. And also, if you look into the dictionary, you will see that some of the adjectives that are in a dictionary are not frequently used. So a dictionary, in a way, actually gives you access to what we would call the passive personality descriptive language. So we got a little bit of a different perspective because we are interested in application. So if parents are coming to a clinical psychologist, or if the parents are seeing an educational psychologist at school and provide a description of their child and the typicality of their child, then they are using an active personality descriptive language. So we were interested in looking at the active personality descriptive language. And a second critical issue is that these adjectives are actually, there's not a single indication in the dictionary whether these adjectives apply to children of different languages. Being achievement-oriented, for example, is this something you can use for a child of 3 years old? Or having a high energy level for a child of 3 years old, that is probably manifested in a very different way when a child is 6, or when a child is 9, or when a child is eventually 12 years old. So we were interested in coming with an age-specific perspective towards the Big Five. So a group of people led by Dolf Koonstam, Chuck Halverson, my supervisor at that time, Ivan Mervilde and Val Havel, they started with a consortium to study actually the developmental antecedents of the Big Five. So initially the Big Five was well established in adults, but I'm in working in a department, developmental personality and social psychology. So the developmental people in my department came to me and said, hey, what about developmental antecedents of the Big Five? So we started with this kind of research, and we immediately took a kind of cross-cultural bottom-up perspective. So rather than inventing one or another inventory or constructing one or another inventory and actually going with that inventory to different countries and see if the same structure comes up, what we really did is we went to different countries and bottom-up asked parents to describe what they found typical and characteristic of their children. Just this kind of opening sentence. Yeah? So if you do that with parents with children of 3, with parents who have children of 6-year-olds, with parents who have children of 9-year and 12-year-olds, you end up with a lot of material which gives you an idea how parents are thinking and how parents are describing personality differences in children. And this is basically a very rich vocabulary you have to look at and to construct inventories from that, actually in the active language that parents use. Yeah? So this kind of perspective we used in Belgium, in China, in the Netherlands, in Greece, in Poland, the USA, and Germany. We focused on these 4 different age groups. It's the active personality descriptive language. And then we started, for example, here you have a transcript of such a description. So the mother is saying about Valerie, she is a girl of 10 years old. She is tall for her age, which is a reference to a physical characteristic. Thin, she has a nice figure. You see that the mother is already advertising a little bit her daughter. She is extroverted. The first personality descriptive reference in there, and it's a personality descriptive adjective. She has a strong will. She already has her own opinion, at least to me. She is social. She is popular in her peer group. That's an interesting one. Popular in the peer group tells something about the child, but it doesn't tell you exactly why is a person popular. You can be popular for very different reasons. So this is a kind of social effect and is actually not really informative about specific personality characteristics. Someone can be very popular because he or she is very agreeable, or because he or she is very extroverted. Yeah? So what we did is we had hundreds of these kind of descriptions in all these different languages, and we classified all this material in this kind of personality descriptive container box, where we had the big five as the first categories, but also a set of additional categories that were actually coming from the temperament literature. You know, the temperament people in developmental research, they were a little bit jealous. When they looked at the personality people, they said, hey, you have that nice five-factor model, and you guys agree on the importance of that five-factor model, and we are still competing with all our different temperament measures. Huh? So we are interested to see how we can connect actually our temperament models. Where does that fit in the big five, and how can we make this kind of connection? So those of you who are familiar with the temperament literature, for example, there's a construct that they call rhythmicity. Is a child rhythmic? For example, that refers to whether a child has written in terms of when he or she needs food. If you have to babysit and people say, hey, probably at around 8, she will fall asleep. So this is really an example of a child that has a certain rhythm. So the key idea could be that if this characteristic is descriptive of the child, that could, for example, be or might be a good indicator of later conscientiousness. So you can come up with all different sorts of interesting hypotheses around it. So we actually use this kind of scheme to classify all these personality descriptive adjectives and references in there. And here, just to give you a small idea, so here you have the first 5 boxes with the big 5, and you can see this is just classification research. And you can, of course, argue, you can make the container as broad as possible and put a lot in there, but anyway, what you see is that across the different countries, you see that about 70 to 80%, 85% of all the descriptors could be really classified within the big 5. And especially the first 2 were really prominent, extroversion and agreeableness. We call these dimensions the interpersonal dimensions. And you have seen also in the work that Oliver was mentioning in the Puppet interview that extroversion and agreeableness are really prominent categories already for children early on. So also developmentally speaking, you see the importance of these categories. It's also really interesting to look at some cultural differences. For example, if you look at conscientiousness, so across the different countries, that's quite comparable except for China. In China, we had a lot of parents who were actually talking about how high their child was on conscientiousness. In the Chinese language, there are very few descriptors marking the low side of conscientiousness. It's a very achievement-oriented culture, and at the time we did this study there, they had that one-child policy. So the idea was really strong in this kind of culture that the one child of the family really had to make it in life. So high achieving, and so on and so forth. So many of these kids were even sent, after regular school, they were sent to a private school for additional lessons in writing and in arithmetic and so on and so forth. So we did this kind of work further in Belgium. So starting from all these descriptions, we made personality descriptive items, went back to parents, asked parents to describe their children then on this item set, and then we refined it, and this was the final result. We got very nice confirmation from a bottom-up approach, starting from the active personality descriptive language that parents were using. We came up with a very clear 5-factor model. I can talk a day for about this, but just to give you at least a taste. So you have the big 5 labels on top. You will see emotional stability. Oliver talked about this, conscientiousness as well. extroversion 2, imagination, the openness factor was really present here. And then we have a little bit of a broader agreeableness factor. You see, for example, those of you who are familiar with the Big Five, you will notice that we have a facet here under, which is called dominance, which is usually a good indicator of extroversion in adults. But that turned out very stable, always in that broader agreeableness kind of factor. We actually called it benevolence, and that really referred to those of you who are familiar with the temperament literature. There's a kind of construct which is called the easy versus difficult child in one of these temperament models. The manageability of the child. Is he or she difficult to deal with as a parent or at school? And you see that we have irritability is coming in here, dominance is coming in here, egocentrism and compliance. So this factor is a little broader, but for the rest, it really looked a good confirmation of the five-factor model. So we translated that into the hierarchical personality inventory for children, and at the same time, Oliver and his colleagues were busy with using a different perspective with making actually the same kind of model. So he called it the little five, or at least you guys called it initially the little five. I think that was nicely taken because it refers to the fact that maybe the indicators could be a bit different. So clear confirmation on the model. So there's good evidence that the five-factor model actually is very helpful to learn and to do developmental research from a young age into adulthood, into older age. What about the clinical use of this kind of model? Well, those of you who are clinical psychologists, in clinical psychology, if people are talking about deficiencies in personality, they call it personality disorders. And in the psychiatrists and clinical psychologists, they have a kind of taxonomic model or a taxonomy to describe and to refer to disorders, which is called DSM. And if you look into DSM, how they define personality disorders, you see that they refer to that as a kind of enduring condition, deviant from what is expected in the culture of the individual, and expressed in at least two of the following domains. And on top of that, such a disorder always has to include some personal and social disruption, where it needs to be indicative of a kind of social and occupational dysfunctioning, or at least with having an impact on that. And they developed a kind of classification system where they actually distinguish among 10 personality disorders. I listed them here. They group them usually in three groups: a cluster A group referring to the paranoid, schizoid, and schizotypal personality disorder, a cluster B which have in common more dramatic emotional skills, so the antisocial, borderline, histrionic, and narcissistic personality disorder are in there. Then finally, they also have a cluster C, which have as a common factor anxiousness, fearfulness, avoidant, dependent, and obsessive compulsive. Now, this kind of system became really under pressure because it's a kind of categorical diagnostic system. And if you apply this system in psychiatric units to patients and try to use this kind of system to describe patients, what you often see is that many of the patients actually qualify for 2 or 3 or even 4 of these disorders. And that's a problem. That's quite complicated. On top of that, a problem we discussed yesterday, you economists seem to love heterogeneity. Well, this is a big problem here within these diagnostic systems. For example, on top of the general characteristics of a personality disorder, they also come up with a list of symptoms. For example, the borderline personality disorder is defined by 9 potentially different systems, and before someone really gets a diagnosis, he or she has to meet 5 of the 9 criteria. But as I'm just put on the board here, there are multiple ways actually to come to these 5 symptoms out of 9 criteria. And you can have 2 patients who both have the diagnosis of borderline personality disorder, and patient A will have the first 5, and patient B will have the last 5. So you have 2 people who are diagnosed similarly, but the overlap is only 1 symptom. That's not good. That's quite problematic. So a lot of criticisms on that, and people started to think about alternative ways to conceptualize personality pathology. And given the fact that it's a simple sentence, but there's a lot of truth in that, personality disorders are disorders of personality. So if you have a personality descriptive system like the Big Five, then it's not a silly idea to think about examining whether the 5-factor model could actually be used to describe these personality disorders. Yeah? So, and this is what has been happening in the run-up to DSM-5, and unfortunately, there's a lot of lobby work, and the psychiatrists needed to be convinced, and so on and so forth. So they kept the system like it was in DSM-4, but they came up with an alternative that turned up in DSM-5 in section 3 as a kind of model that needs further research, but there actually they suggested a kind of clinical variant of the Big Five. They called it negative affectivity, which is actually a kind of extra clinical manifestation of neuroticism. Detachment is a direct equivalent of extraversion. Antagonism is in the same line, the negative part of agreeableness. Disinhibition, the negative part of conscientiousness. And with respect to the 5th factor, openness, they called it here psychoticism. There's a little discussion on that, but anyway, they came up with a model that is very, very close to actually the Big Five. So what about the developmental perspective? You know, I have been always interested due to the fact that these developmental psychologists in my department always come to me and say, hey, what are developmental antecedents of this? And in the entire DSM, they do not pay much attention to development of the disorders. They simply describe particular phenomena they see. So we started thinking about the developmental perspective, and the picture could look like this. So taking a general trait model in adulthood, we have the Big Five, and you could think about operationalizations as the NEO or the BFI and so on. For childhood, we had the HIPIC, and to diagnose and to describe personality disorders, there are many, many different inventories around. The SCID-2 is well known, ADP is well known in Western Europe. So what we actually did is we tried to look at extreme items from the HIPIC. One of the ideas of merging a general and a clinical trait model, the idea behind is that at the extremes of a general trait model, then it probably gets more maladaptive. Think about the dimension like agreeableness. If you are too agreeable, then you might end up showing characteristics that are really typical for the dependent personality disorder. These are the kind of people who want to please you, they never say no, and so on and so forth. So at the extreme of that, you will show features of the dependent personality disorder. If you are extremely unagreeable, then you will show characteristics probably of the antisocial. You see? So the idea that making general trait items more maladaptive at the extremes is, I think, a smart idea, and this is what we applied to our children's inventory. And we did the same. We looked at the adult measures that were available and actually took all the items out of that could be applicable to describe behavior of older children and young adolescents. Because the idea is completely absurd that in DSM, they only make a diagnosis of a personality disorder after 18. It is like after your 18th anniversary, all at once, they give you a diagnosis of a personality disorder. Of course, there are good reasons for that, because like Oliver was correctly saying, personality is still developing at a young age. And the concern of the clinical people and the psychiatrists was that they did not want to use strong labels with a severe impact, of course, if you are diagnosed as this. The expectations are probably not optimal, and so on and so forth. So that's completely legitimate that they took some precautions not to overdiagnose people or not to do that too early. But from a learning point of view and from an academic point of view, it's probably interesting to look at early manifestations of personality disorders. So this is what my research associate, Barbara de Klerk, worked on for many, many years. And she used this kind of procedure, came up with a very broad set of descriptors, with all different sorts of data reduction techniques, finally nailed that down in 27 different personality facets. And the structure of this inventory was a clear 4-factor structure, because we did not came up with clinical items for the openness factor. At that time, we started with it, but we gave it up, because it was quite hard to come up with clinical manifestations of over-creativity, over-imagination for children and for adolescents. You know, these children at one time, the developmental psychologists and those with children in between 8 and 12, they have these imaginary friends. And whether this is a kind of normal transition phase or whether this is already indicative of something clinical, that was quite difficult to tease out. But anyway, we came up with a clear 4-factor structure which is perfectly compatible with the Big Five and with actually the adult models that were described. So here you have an idea about sample items. Here you have an idea about the kind of facet rates. So Oliver talked to you about what we worked on for Senna, the Senna 17, and this is actually a kind of descriptive system which taps into more maladaptive variants of different rates. So where are we here? So now we know that we can use the 5-factor model to do longitudinal research across a large time range, across a large age range. We know that we can use it to look at adaptive and general trait levels versus more maladaptive variability. So if you bring that all together, it's cool to think about a kind of model. The majority of us, those who are really interested in applications, they are really not interested in the personalities of people. If I'm facing often audiences of human resources people or people working in education, they are interested in competencies of a person. Yeah? So where do personality traits and eventually indicators of cognitive functioning, how do they fit in there? Well, the majority of the people are interested in this part here. They are interested in competencies or in skill constructs. So the educational people we talk to, they are interested in 21st century skills. And if you think about that, this kind of competencies and this kind of skills are usually a kind of resultant of a kind of expertise component that a person has in association with a kind of behavioral repertoire. If you're interested in learning something about child personality, you could invite Oliver to give a talk and you will learn a lot. His performance today is this. But his performance today reflects actually his expertise in a particular field. He has worked in that field for 30, 35 years and more and thought about this and discussed with his colleagues. But he also has a kind of skill set to bring that to an audience. So there might be people even with more expertise, but if they do not show up, you will not learn from that. Yeah? So most of the competencies we are thinking of are an interaction between these two. And of course, your behavioral repertoire is to a large extent function of what I would call the personality traits of a person. Yeah? And the expertise you're building up is heavily influenced by what we would call general intelligence or crystallized or fluid intelligence. And of course, building expertise is also partly function of personality traits. If you have a lot of self-discipline, well, you will study rather than hanging out with your friends at a nice terrace when it's nice weather outside. Yeah? And of course, your behavioral repertoire will be partly determined by this as well. This is the kind of performance that you can see on a daily basis of people. If you do an assessment, if you organize an assessment in a classroom, or if you want to organize an assessment for a job applicant, this is what you will see at a certain moment in time. That's a kind of momentary performance thing that could be influenced by emotions. For example, our behavior here could be heavily influenced due to the fact that we are jet lagged. So, to be honest, he's very good in giving talks, but I got a small dip. And luckily he made the joke again, and whoop, I could again connect. And 2 coffees, and I can go on for 2 hours. But tonight, I will have a dip again. So this is actual performance. This is not saying that my expertise went down or that my behavioral repertoire actually all at once disappeared, but this is the kind of performance when you do a one-time assessment. Yeah? So that could be the kind of exercise you're organizing, the kind of assessment exercise you're organizing at school. And here you have all the learning processes. So there was sitting someone over there who came up with the question, where's biology and where is the environment coming in? Well, some of these are influenced by biology, but we are not the slaves from that. There are a lot of learning processes. So these things, one, change, and on top of change, you also learn to work better with it. This is why I call this a kind of building block model. A lot of the work that clinical psychologists and coaches are doing is actually helping people to work better with the tools you already have. I think on top of change, it's also a matter of helping people out to do a better job with what you already have. And this is what I would call the kind of Lego building block model. The job for everyone is build a kind of house. But if you only have the big Duplo blocks where our young kids are playing with, you will be able to build a house, but that will not look that fancy than the one who has all the small bricks and a door that opens and in different types of colors. And if you have a plan, I'm too impulsive and I immediately, I have children of very different ages, and I started over again. So I have a 7-year-old and I have children in the age range of in the 20s. So with my eldest, I started making these big ships with airplanes on, hundreds of pieces, and I just look at the front of the box and I started building it, which is probably not a smart strategy, but anyway. So you really can make the ship, but you have 100 pieces left. And the kind of, the airplane has to come out of the ship and go to the track to start. That doesn't work like it should work. So you do it all over and you follow the plan. That's the learning process. If you follow the plan, you come to better results. So this is a kind of model you can use to bring constructs that we know well in differential psychology, to bring that to the table of people who are speaking a sort of different language. They call it constructs now in HR. Competencies, that's all over. That's completely disappearing. Now it's called talents. So you see that you have this kind of fashion in labeling actually similar constructs. And it's a matter of thinking about how to assess these building blocks and to think about the way how to combine all this. Good. Developmental patterns of traits. Another interesting topic. I got really intrigued years ago by this kind of study. How many people know about the Dunedin study? A few? Well, Dunedin is a very small place in New Zealand where they had the very smart idea to start with following actually almost an entire bird cohort in 1972, 1973. It's a prospective longitudinal study where they even were collecting already data when the women were pregnant. So then they asked for participation in the study, which is really cool because you can already start collecting data about family background even before the children were born, you see? And the cool thing of this study as well is that they were very, very successful in getting a lot of people involved in this kind of study. I think participation was around 94 or 95. And then it's a multi-informant, multi-method kind of study, and they did their first temperamental assessments at the age of 3. So here you have a little bit of an idea at what times they were following up these persons. It's quite a big cohort. Here you have an idea about the sample size, and you see that they really were very clever also in doing the second assessments or in the follow-up assessments. That is always done if this is your birthday, or they do the assessment in a short time frame around it. So it's not a matter that it's 6 months from your birthday, it's really around that. Huh? So it's a really an amazing study with a lot of material in that. And those of you who are interested, for example, in adult wealth, adult crime, adult health, so there are a lot of, you can learn a lot of that. And I was really intrigued by this kind of study years ago. So I got a lot of inspiration there to start with some of my own longitudinal studies. There's someone, I talked to someone in the break here who is interested in a twin study too. I'm running a longitudinal twin study in the Ghent area as well, where you have actually a genetically sensitive design with monozygotic and dizygotic twins, and you can see how these develop. So one of the things, just to give you a small taste of this, what they did when the children were 3 years old, they were invited to the lab and they did all this kind of nice experiments with them. At that time they didn't have the Big Five scheme available to make ratings, but what they did is they did these particular strange situation kind of exercises where the experimenter was standing here, the mother came in with the child and then left the room, and then you observe the reactions of the child. Yeah. So what they did is they classified the behavior, they classified the children in 3 broad clusters, what they would call a well-adjusted cluster. Children did not panic. You had children who were really under-controlled versus inhibited. You had children who started crying in an anxious way, and you had children who started to hit the experimenter. So what they then did is they looked in terms of class membership and at the age of 3, and they looked at self-reported offenses at age 21. Huh? Of course you can say, okay, these are self-reports, but immediately I will show you a study on their criminal record as well. Huh? So this is not about self-reports, but this is about drunk driving and vandalism and other sorts of things. And what you see here is that, for example, the under-controlled group, who already was quite offensive at the age of 3, actually outperformed the other 2 groups. And here you have just the same picture when you were looking at official records of criminal recidivism. And this is really a highlight of this kind of study, because I'm doing myself longitudinal research, but that's very poor research relative to this for several reasons. One of the reasons is that I do not have almost an entire birth cohort, so they have really here a mixture of socioeconomic statuses. The people who are participating in my studies, they are volunteers, so usually they are well educated, and those who continue in your study are probably the most adaptive people as well. But what you are really interested when it started to get interested, they end up in jail. So this is what they have done very nicely. They go to jail and administer material over there. So this is really well done in this type of study. So I always take this as a kind of example, a kind of study which learns us a lot about the predictive validity of early personality for all different sorts of later elements: employment, criminal records, well-being, name it. And this is also really interesting. Now all these folks are old enough, they are starting their own relationships. So they are collecting data on the partners. You are in an opportunity even to examine when they separate and when they marry a new partner. It's an enormous amount of cool information that is coming out of this study. So in terms of stabilities, here you have the Roberts and Del Vecchio meta-analysis published a number of years ago, where you really see, Oliver already talked a little bit about rank order consistency. So rank order consistency is just the correlation from one time to the other time. So you make a ranking here, assume that all of us would administer an introversion-extroversion scale, and Lewis here comes out as the most extroverted one today. Assume that we would come together within 20 years here in Ribeirão Preto again, and all of us are filling in the inventory again. When the argument is rank order stability, that would mean that the rank order we have right now turns up as the same rank order years later. That said, we can see average declines. We are getting less extroverted on average as a group after years. I'm always telling, we are always going on a skiing vacation with the same group. And 20 years ago, I'm quite extroverted and I like parties and I like a caipirinha. The equivalent at my place is a devil beer or an abbey beer. So we always end up with the same people. Always the same people go to bed early, and always the same people stay at the bar and close the bar. And we closed the bar when we were younger. We closed the bar at 1 at night. Now the same people close the bar, but we close at 11. And the same people are to bed early as well. So the idea is that the rank order remains, but that the average pattern for extroversion is declining. So here you see that rank order when getting older is going up. There's a dot 5 correlation coefficient here, and here you have another example. In those of you who are interested in peer aggression, you see here that you have a coefficient of about 0.50 for a 40-year interval. So this speaks to the fact that there's a certain stability, but on top of that, a coefficient of 0.50, that means that there's still a lot of change as well. So don't be obsessed by this kind of numbers. Always think about that there's a lot that we do not know, and there's a lot more to explain in this kind of data. So what Chris Soto and Oliver reported in a paper many years ago is a kind of normative change patterns, so these mean levels. So I was telling you about that our extroversion scores may go down a little bit, and this is what you see here. So the line on top are the scores for the females, the dark line are the scores for the males. So you see that from 10 years until 60 years that there's a lot going on. So you see a huge gender difference in between 10 and 20, and you see that that is going down. Neuroticism scores for the females are going down and are more comparable in older age with the male scores. Extroversion scores, you see here a drop, and the gender difference coming in between 10 and 20. Openness, you see the pattern here. This is an interesting one, especially these two. Oliver is always making the joke that he actually became a university professor, especially, look here, they are getting more agreeable. In between 10 and 20, big trouble. Puberty, he was talking about his own kids who are, well, he's just out of it, so good news for him. So it will go better, but see, this is the kind of students we have. So that's quite good. So you see the dip here, and then it goes up, and we are getting more conscientious later on. So there's a lot of development as well, in terms of normative development patterns. So that means that a big chunk of the population is moving in the same direction, but even there's a lot of individual variability as well. If you're looking with growth curve modeling, you will see that people are following different trajectories. Yeah? So, I'll skip that one. So what are developmental mechanisms or potential development mechanisms of traits? Well, if you think about mental health and about the relationship between personality and mental health phenomena, I think there are 4 different types of models you can use to look at the relationship between traits at the one side and psychopathology or other phenomena at the other side. Initially, the vulnerability model is actually claiming that you have a particular personality trait that actually predisposes you or increases the risk that you, for example, develop later clinical phenomena. For example, neuroticism, we know, is a predictor of major depression later on in life. Yeah? So this is what we would call a kind of vulnerability model. You have that vulnerability in your personality. But the relationship can also be the other way around. We call this a complication model or a scar model. Actually, the clinical condition actually might leave a scar on your personality. For example, if you are a little more neurotic and you develop a couple of major depressive episodes in your life, you can examine whether having recurrent major depressive episodes actually increases your neuroticism score. Yeah? So this is what we call a scar model. You have a kind of scar. It's also called a complication model. That's another type of model which we call a pathoplasty model, where you have a personality trait and a psychopathology condition who may have independent origins, even genetically, for the person who was interested in the genes. So they even, but it could, for the same thing, be an environmental cause. So the causal path can be different for both, but the personality factor actually colors the expression of the psychopathology. For example, conduct problems with the influence of callous and emotional traits. Well, callous and emotional traits, these are the kind of people who are really show shallow affect, who do not feel anything, who can hurt animals at a young age. What we would call later on real psychopaths. Well, that's a worse prognosis later on in life. So you have already a clinical condition, but the personality trait actually aggravates the kind of problem. And they might have, well, I'm not saying they have, but they might have independent origins. And then finally, you also have a kind of spectrum and continuity model, where you have the same etiological factors that could be a genetic condition, which is responsible and for personality and for psychopathology forms. So some of these personality disorders, I do think that there's a kind of underlying genetic lability or disposition that explains both. So these are very different ways you can really look from a more process type of view and mechanical view if you look at a correlation between two phenomena. Another important principle you need to think about is that this is a concept introduced by Dante Cicchetti. He calls it multifinality and equifinality. For example, you can have a child who is already demonstrating features of conduct disorder, and later on in life that develops into an antisocial personality disorder. But there might be other outcomes as well. It could be borderline pathology later on. It could be substance use disorder, but it could also be no disorder at all. Yeah. So this is what is typically seen. So you have one condition here, and the end product, so to speak, of that can be very, very different. But also the other way around. This is now the end point, and the ways to get to the end point can be very different. Here you have childhood onset antisocial behavior combined with callous and emotional traits, or with no callous and emotional traits. And you can even have very different processes that end up, equifinality, that end up with the same phenomenon. So it's really just to give you an idea about the complexities if you are interested in studying different outcomes. So how can we bring this puzzle in terms of mechanisms, in terms of different developmental patterns, in terms of traits versus more skill or competency kind of things, or characteristic adaptations, all different terms that are used. How can we bring this all together? Together with Barbara, I'll try to make something for the more clinical field, but I think this model also applies to skills, those of you who are interested in explaining skills at school. So what you have here is the biological level, so that these are the genes and how all the stuff works biologically. That can have a direct impact on how we behave, how we feel, what our cognitions are. This is actually what we really administer in personality inventories. And I see here traits as a kind of latent constructs. And then you have, of course, our personality does not develop in a kind of vacuum, but we have specific contexts that are important. So for youth, the contexts are the family context, what the parents are doing at home, the broader social context. Yesterday we talked a lot about the peer group, and Oliver was also referring to that. So this is also in the model. And then we have what we would call the more structured context. So for adults, that's work. We spend 8 to 9 hours on our job, and for the children, that's the school context. So these three contexts, they all have trait-relevant cues. So there's even an axis, biology influences this, but also the other way around. The environment can have an impact on your biology. And then, this is the most interesting part. This is what we see. Think about the model I was talking about. These are building blocks. This is what you observe. And that can be adaptive or that can be maladaptive. This is a kind of judgment that has to be made. And a particular type of behavior is not adaptive or maladaptive in itself, seldomly. Of course, very extreme behavior, everyone will agree that this is maladaptive, but the idea of if something is adaptive or not, when you are going into the clinical field, then usually a psychologist or a psychiatrist will inform and evaluate within these contexts whether it is adaptive or not. Whether it are symptoms, then the DSM comes into place, the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, and then you get into the clinical field. When this here comes in, when it's adaptive, that feeds into what I would call, you get extrinsic rewards for that. For example, if you're giving a nice talk, well, people will be happy and they will continue to ask you. That will feed into your identity. Yes, I can do this. And that's intrinsically motivating. And this is a kind of feedback loop. So from a therapy perspective or an intervention perspective, if you're interested in this identity and reputation kind of structure, this is really what behavior therapy is all about. If you are more interested in a psychiatric approach, working in on the biology through medication and other kinds of stuff, this is here. And if you're interested more in a systems kinds of approach, where you would really like to work with the systems that the people are working in, either the school or the teacher or the peer group or the parents as a family. So we are making nice progress here because we do not have a model now to look at personality differences, but some of our colleagues are now working hard on constructing models to look at situations. So diamonds is an example, or the caption model are examples of that, to give a good psychological description of what is in a situation. So taking all this together, you can bring in all the mechanisms that I was talking about, the vulnerability model, all this kind of stuff can be nicely integrated. If you want to read more about it, we published a couple of papers on that and a chapter. I'm happy to send you this kind of material. So, and finally, I think that my time, 5 minutes? Yep. So I can go quickly to consequential outcomes. If you're thinking about where personality or skills, however you want to call it, where this has an effect, I group them here into 5 broad set of outcomes. I think there are a bunch of societal outcomes that we are interested in. We have some intra and interpersonal outcomes. Physical and mental health is an issue. education in itself, how do kids work and achieve at school, and then also how people come on the labor market. I think that the skills and personality as building blocks there bring something to the table there. So here, for education, I listed some of the traits or some of the skills we are assessing in SENA and in other instruments. Ambitious goal setting, school achievement, IT. That's also an important one, financial literacy. Often in 21st century skill thinking, people are always saying IT, but also financial literacy is an important skill to have. Bullying, dropout rates, class, school climate, and so on. So here you have societal outcomes, how we deal with each other, forms of citizenship behavior, forensic violence parameters, openness for own and other cultures, multiculturalism, among others. Here you have intra and interpersonal types of outcomes, where there is evidence that traits make a difference and predict that. Physical and mental health, I discussed this a little bit, also longevity, internalizing, the externalizing spectrum, clinical symptoms, and then of course employability, an important one. So in terms of predictive validity, I really think that we need to have a realistic perspective on all this. The majority of the outcomes I was discussing, they are determined by multiple factors. So social emotional skills will probably do the job, but there are many additional factors on top. So do not explain variances of 50 or 60%. I'm already very happy if our measures are tapping or explaining 10% or 15%. That's a big success. Outcomes should be investigated in longitudinal design, so I would encourage those of you who are researchers to really invest in longitudinal research. I talked to you about equifinality and multifinality, different starting positions or different outcomes from the same starting position. Yep. So if you really want to use this all in education, I listed a series of applications here. For example, you can use this kind of measures for class composition. To do that, usually it's done in a random way, but I really think you can also better match it to the specific skills of teachers. Some teachers are more creative you can think, will you give them the creative children or just the opposite? There's actually no research actually illustrating this kind of point. Sometimes we already had this discussion here in Brazil. People are saying, well, we already know that. It's not true. There's no research actually demonstrating what we need to do in these occasions. Composition of parallel classes. For example, you have grade 6A, grade 6B, grade 6C. So you recognize some of the people here. We visited some of these schools, so I included some of the pictures. A seating plan, for example, I remember that always we started always with free seating at the beginning of the year, and I ended after 1 week I was already sitting just in front of the teacher. So how kids learn, Oliver referred to that. This is actually the kind of learning circumplex where you are using two of these dimensions, where you have here the conscientious dimension, the self-management dimension, and here you have the openness or the imagination dimension. And you can actually classify the students in the classroom in these 4 quadrants, and people learn very differently. For example, I really love people to work in my own lab who are high on imagination, but who also continue working, who are doing the job, like Oliver would say. These are a little more difficult. They come to you and discuss your ideas, but well, 2 weeks later, the students come back and nothing has happened. The same kind of talk starts over again. Again, an interesting discussion, but nothing happened. So And that all the other two quadrants as well. So this learns you a lot about how your students actually learn and capture information and what they do with it. So you see, you can do a lot of stuff once you have people's position on this kind of traits, and you see actually that this is a meta-analysis where actually it is shown that intelligence is important, but on top of that, especially in primary education, each of the big five actually contributes to explain academic level. Also, when you're talking more about clinical phenomena, there's literature on that which is quite convincing. Bullying, there are many papers around about that. And just to finish, also employability. So if you're thinking about employability, usually currently on the labor market, people are thinking that people need to be capable of doing 5 core things. Demonstrate task engagement and goal setting. A second piece is can get along with other people. If you come into my team, I'm not interested to spend my time with people who make problems. So getting along with other people, that's an important element to make it on the labor market. Adapt and fit in an organizational structure is number 3. Learn on the job and prepare for future challenges. Being adaptive, and then also able to deal with time perspective. What you do today has impact for what will be important for tomorrow. So these things, well, task engagement and goal setting, that's what Oliver would call conscientious self-management. Get along with other people, that's the interpersonal circumplex, that's extroversion and agreeableness, and control your impulses, so neuroticism, control. Adapt and fitting in organizational structure, that's A and N. Learn on the job, I just introduced you the learning circumplex, how people learn, and the same applies for able to deal with time perspective. So here you have an idea about the different, some other examples. So the takeaway message is here. I do think that we have a nice model here. It helps to bridge what I would call adaptive, maladaptive continua. Traits can be seen as building blocks of social emotional skills. We know developmental patterns of that. We know some of the mechanisms. We have a beginning of a kind of integrative model. There's research available, that's also important. So it's not that we need to speculate about many things. I think psychology, but also economy and many different disciplines can bring evidence to the table, and we are working on measurement tools. And I think that's good news. So that's my gang in Ghent. So I refer to much of the kind of work they have been doing, so many thanks to them, and many thanks to you as well.
Thank you, Filip, a lot. And let's open the floor for the questions, perguntas. Vamos lá, gente. Por que essa timidez aí hoje? É o inglês? A gente traduz. So, Filip, let me ask you a question. There is one thing that it's very important for economists, but I always have the feeling that, I mean, other social sciences don't give that the same importance than we do, which is the following. When we see a dynamic perspective, usually we are not only interested in what mediates change, I mean, what are the interventions that mediate change, but we also try to take into account that whatever intervention you have in mind always has a compliance problem. Okay, so basically different from dogs that cannot choose not to be taught to, do something. Human beings usually not always comply with the interventions or the public policies that we propose to them. Then it comes to me this question whether this huge correlation between maladaptive behavior in the childhood and committing crimes in the adulthood is simply the fact that you have an early predictor of the same characteristics changing over time, or if instead maladaptive behavior leads to bad choices in life that on its turn happen to provoke unfavorable outcomes in the future. You see? I mean, it may, I mean, the first impression may be the one that, I mean, it's the same characteristic evolving over time. If you started with a low quantity of this, you have a big chance of an unfavorable outcome, but it may be that these guys make bad choices over life. And what I'm provoking is, in most of the schemes in which we see this intervention or these mediators, we more or less assume that if we offer this thing to people, then we will have, immediately see an improvement. But how is the compliance problem, how does this fit into this model? The fact that not all people make the choices, even if we make the interventions or changes available to them.
Okay. As usual, if Daniel is asking a question, well, he's not only asking one question, he comes up with two or three. So I will reply in bits and pieces. So compliance, if you do an intervention, is a big problem. If you review the literature and people interested in running RCTs, a big issue is how to exactly know that people comply to the instructions. And of course, if you want to publish this kind of stuff, reviewers will be really hard and ask you to document this. So this is one. A second piece of the answer is that there's variability, like you were saying, in terms of how people follow what the prescription. If you do a school intervention, it can even be already the teacher who is sloppy in following up part of the instructions or not. So there can be variability at different levels. So, but again, these are individual differences that come into play. The other piece of your question was, is it actually a kind of genetic driver that brings you into bad conditions later on, or is it a matter that also the situation, or that you actually are searching for situations that act in the kind of scheme I was introducing? What you have here, this is it's based on a trait trigger model. So that's this part here, where you have your traits initially bring you in a certain condition, but then you all at once end up in a kind of peer group which already has violent behavior, and that's actually a moderator that comes in here, and you end up in a worse condition here, and that ends up in a clinical pattern where you actually get extrinsic rewards from the gang, and you get negative feedback from your parents probably and at school, but you build up a more criminal identity, you see? So it's always probably and the environment and potential drivers that are in the individual. Well, I think it's always a combination of that, and this is basically what this scheme is also about. So I do think that to understand it much better, we really need to focus on this part as well, and really need to look at that moderators of that and how these two get together. So you have a kind of gene-environment correlations. The genetics and the environment are not independent of each other. So those of you who study this kind of stuff in psychology, you have passive, active, and you have different forms of these gene-environment correlations. So this is something you can study with this scheme in the background.
Okay, I think we are running short of time. Nós vamos ter um coffee break um pouquinho mais caprichado agora, 15 a 20 minutos então de intervalo, e aí a gente volta para a última fala do nosso evento de hoje. Obrigado. Whether when we split gene and environment, whether genetics.
It's almost impossible to do that.
Yeah, of course.
You can't.
Of course, but I think we are conditioned on thinking about the direction, but also there is some sort of different phenomenon which is Alô, alô. Chama aí. Chama aí, pessoal. Puta, que reclamão que você é, cara. Que reclamão que você é. Pô, puta cara peludo aí, mano. Então, cara. Ó, coitado do Luiz, hein? Muito bem, vamos então retomar aqui a nossa atividade de hoje. Isso, Aninha. Nem vi que tem. Aonde? Se quiser. No Iguatemi? Não tá pago. Tá bom. Mas era legal vocês irem também com a gente. Combina aí. Aí a gente faz uma reserva. Mas aí eles dão. Mas no Iguatemi é o que? Barzinho ou é restaurante? Ok. Retomando aqui nossa atividade. Bom, a gente vai fazer uma pequena mudança então de plano. Oliver.
I'm going to sit over there so I can
Yes.
partial translation.
Good. That would be my question for you.
I'll understand the table.
Então, quer dizer, como a maioria da plateia fala português, os slides estão em inglês e o Lucas, que fala muito bem inglês, gentilmente se voluntariou a sentar perto dos nossos convidados estrangeiros e fazer uma tradução simultânea aqui para nós. Nós vamos fazer essa sessão então em português. Queria agradecer ao professor Ricardo Madeira, da FEA de São Paulo, meu colega economista aqui também. Tem trabalhado bastante com o pessoal de Stanford, do Lehman Center, que estuda educação lá em Stanford. E, sem mais delongas, porque nosso tempo já está curto, vou passar então a palavra para o Ricardo. Obrigado, Ricardo.
So first I'd like to apologize to our international speakers that I won't do that in English. This is a very preliminary work. If I would do in English, I'd have to be training it more. And since my grit levels and my C level is very low, I'm a lazy person. I'm going to do this in Portuguese, right? So I'm glad that we are not being tested here with a big 5 instrument, because I would perform very, very badly in those dimensions. You know? I open it. Okay. Oh, that's even better. Okay. Então, primeiro eu queria agradecer ao Switching to Portuguese, queria agradecer ao Daniel, ao LEPES, ao Instituto Ayrton Senna por me convidar. É um prazer estar no meio de tantos psicólogos. Eu sou economista, sou professor na USP, e esse trabalho é um trabalho feito em colaboração com esses outros 3 coautores, a Nina, que está terminando o PhD dela na Escola de Educação de Stanford, o Eric Bettinger, que é professor, é um economista, mas ele é um professor na Escola de Educação de Stanford, e o Guilherme Lichand, que acabou de se juntar agora à Universidade de Zurique. Bom, qual que é a ideia aqui? Então, diferente do que a gente viu até aqui sim eu vou estar falando de causalidade. Tá? A preocupação central aqui é entender causalidade. Tá? A gente vai focar nessa questão de comunicação com pais de alunos e buscar entender por quais canais a comunicação com pais de alunos da escola com os pais pode promover ou melhorar a participação dos pais na vida acadêmica dos filhos e, portanto, impactar resultados dos alunos, resultados escolares dos alunos. Bom, existe olhando um pouquinho para a literatura, né, existe um corpo grande de evidência recente, né, mostrando que comunicação entre pais e alunos melhora resultado. This is in English, yeah, so that's easy for you. Então, existe uma literatura grande mostrando que, como eu estava dizendo, que esses resultados, ou seja, que a comunicação de pais com alunos sobre a vida acadêmica dos alunos pode melhorar os resultados escolares dos alunos. E aí, essa evidência ela é produzida com diferentes tipos de artigos. Então, existe essa evidência, primeiro, que é a comunicação sobre se os alunos estão indo na escola ou não estão indo na escola. Isso tem mostrado, esses papers aqui mostram evidência de que isso tem aumentado a participação dos alunos na escola, ou seja, a presença deles na escola. E depois tem essa outra classe de papers que está comunicando sobre atividades da rotina escolar, né? Se os alunos entregam ou não entregam a lição de casa, exercícios, se comunicar a nota dos alunos para os pais. E esse pedaço da literatura também mostra resultados positivos, ou seja, na medida que você faz essa comunicação, os alunos passam a performar melhor. Tá? Então, se a gente olhar um pouquinho quais são as histórias por trás disso, né, e é isso que a gente vai focar aqui, tem duas histórias diferentes. Né? Uma é que os pais não têm aquela informação, né, e na hora que você dá aquela informação para os pais eles vão exigir dos seus filhos que eles não faltem, que eles tirem notas melhores, simplesmente porque eles não têm essa informação. Né? Então, ou seja, como os economistas organizam, isso é a ideia de risco moral, né? Moral hazard. Os filhos não comunicam os pais sobre o desempenho escolar deles, os pais gostariam que os filhos fossem bem, que estivessem participando da rotina escolar. Os filhos não comunicam isso, porque isso dá trabalho, né? Tem que ir à escola, tem que estudar, tal. Então eles preferem não comunicar isso. E quando você dá essa informação para os pais, você corta esse canal, né, essa falha de comunicação que existe, e os pais começam a atuar nessa dimensão. Então, esse é um canal. Um outro canal possível é que, na hora que você faz essa comunicação, de certa forma, você está dizendo para os pais que aquela dimensão é importante. É o que a gente chama de awareness. Está tornando o pai consciente de que aquela dimensão é importante. Então, não é informação que é importante. O que é importante é você dizer para os pais, olha, não faltar é algo que vai comprometer teu filho, o desempenho escolar do seu filho. Tirar uma nota baixa é algo que vai comprometer o desempenho escolar do seu filho. Né? Isso pode, ou seja, essa informação, dar essa consciência, conscientizar o pai, pode ter, ou seja, isso pode ser importante por duas razões. Uma, existe um corpo da literatura que fala que especialmente os pais de famílias mais vulneráveis, ou seja, de baixo nível socioeconômico, eles têm o que a gente chama de visão de túnel. Né? Ou seja, eles têm uma vida tão difícil no seu dia a dia, né? Ou seja, trabalham muito, têm que lidar com uma série de problemas dentro de casa, problemas externos, né? Problema de condução, ou seja, todos os problemas associados às famílias de baixa renda, e ele tem aquela visão de túnel que ele está focado em ele está focado em coisas do dia a dia, de necessidades básicas, e ele não tem tempo, digamos, ou concentração para lidar com a questão da vida escolar dos filhos. A outra, ou seja, essa é uma hipótese, né? Então, quando você chama a atenção para o pai, você tira ele daquela visão de túnel, ele começa a olhar para o lado e fala, putz, isso aqui é importante, tem que começar a dar mais atenção para isso. A outra forma, né, e aqui a gente não vai separar as duas, pela qual a informação pode ter um efeito, é que o pai simplesmente não sabe, né, que aquilo é importante. Isso é particularmente importante, ou seja, isso pode ser particularmente relevante num contexto como o nosso contexto, em que os pais ou são pouco escolarizados, né, têm pouco conhecimento do universo escolar, então eles não sabem o quanto que a escola, qual que são os retornos da escola, ou como que é uma vida escolar que gera bons retornos. Como ele não tem essa referência, na hora que você comunica os pais sobre isso, eles falam, bom, acabei de aprender que realmente os filhos não podem, meu filho não pode faltar, não pode tirar notas baixas, porque ele não tem isso como referência. Então, de certa forma, essa conscientização, ela não vem porque o pai está nessa visão de túnel, mas porque ele está aprendendo alguma coisa nova. É um outro tipo de informação. Tá? Então, o ponto aqui é que não é só a informação, mas tem essa coisa da conscientização. Tá? A gente fez um piloto, né, em 2015, que era só sobre... Então, isso aqui é uma evidência, que eu vou apresentar para vocês, é uma evidência de que essa coisa da informação, ela pode ser o canal que ativa o pai, essa coisa da conscientização, awareness, que a gente chama aqui, pode ser o canal que faz com que o pai vá atrás dessa informação específica. Né? Então, a gente fez um piloto em 2015, que era só sobre conscientização, uma campanha de conscientização dos pais, não tinha nada a ver com informação específica. E aí era um piloto em que a gente fazia comunicação por SMS com os pais, e que os pais podiam responder em retorno uma mensagem de SMS para quem estava enviando. Então, às vezes, acontecia coisa desse tipo. Você falava para o pai que era importante ele acompanhar a nota dos filhos, e aí você recebia essa mensagem de volta. Você pode me dar a nota do meu filho? Aí, 5 minutos depois, ele fala, não precisa mais, porque eu já achei a nota. Então, a gente só falou para o pai, olha, acompanhar a nota do seu filho é importante. Ele escreve de volta pedindo aquela informação, e aí ele descobre que ele consegue sozinho achar aquela informação, porque ele vai no filho e fala, qual foi a nota que você tirou, e aí ele fala, já resolvi esse problema, não precisa da nota. Né? Então, de fato, ou seja, tem uma série, tem todo um corpo da literatura que mostra que essas intervenções comportamentais, né, que você atua sobre essa dimensão mais comportamental, ou seja, não dando informação, tem resultados importantes sobre alunos. Então, tem vários estudos aqui, eu estou listando, não vou entrar em cada um deles, senão eu não vou conseguir cumprir o tempo da apresentação. Né? Então, ou seja, por que essa distinção é importante? Tá? Então, a gente poderia não estar preocupado com isso, né? Mas por que a gente está preocupado com essa distinção entre awareness e information? Né? Uma campanha que envolve informação específica, ela é muito mais custosa. Né? Porque o possuidor da informação, a escola, ele tem que ir lá e comunicar a informação precisa que ele tem sobre o aluno em algum sistema para essa informação chegar até o filho. Ou seja, você tem que ter um acompanhamento da informação com precisão. Né? Então, é muito importante a acurácia dessa informação, se for informação que faz a diferença. No entanto, se é só conscientização que é a coisa relevante, né, awareness que é relevante, você pode fazer uma campanha massiva. Ou seja, você simplesmente manda mensagens dizendo que aquela dimensão é importante. Você pode fazer isso de várias formas, através de comunicados impressos, você pode fazer isso através, como a gente faz aqui, usando mensagem de texto em celular. Ou seja, uma campanha muito mais barata, né? Porque eu não preciso customizar a informação para cada indivíduo. Eu simplesmente faço uma campanha em larga escala, então eu ganho com esse custo esse custo, não ter que pagar o custo de customização. Então, aqui é um exemplo, por exemplo, de uma tecnologia extremamente cara que foi adotado, se eu não me engano, no Espírito Santo, em que a escola colocou um chip, né, no uniforme dos filhos. Então, é como se o Daniel chegasse aqui e colocasse um chip nas camisetas do pessoal do LEPES para saber se o pessoal vai trabalhar ou não vai trabalhar. Né? Então, aqui, eles colocaram um chip no uniforme, e na hora que eles passavam na catraca da escola, automaticamente o pai era comunicado que o filho foi para a escola. Né? Então, os pais tinham essa informação. Agora, você imagina o que é você pôr um chip, pôr um sensor para fazer essa comunicação, depois criar um mecanismo de que você identifica que o aluno entrou e depois comunicar aos pais. Né? Então, isso aqui é uma coisa... Ou seja, isso aqui foi quase $700 mil gasto para implementar esse mecanismo. Né? Então, ou seja, é caro. E aqui a aposta, ou seja, essa intervenção foi construída sobre a hipótese de que a informação, a precisão da informação é fundamental. Agora, eu poderia substituir isso simplesmente com uma campanha homogênea para todos os alunos, para todos os pais de alunos, dizendo, olha, faltar na escola é algo que é prejudicial para o seu filho. Né? E ficar martelando isso. Isso é muito mais barato do que ter que construir um sistema desse que envolve informação customizada. Oh, that's great. So we're going to make sure that he's there, right? Okay, so voltando para o português. So, então, qual que é a nossa a pergunta aqui, né, é se faz diferença, ou seja, prover essa informação precisa, ou seja, o que a gente está chamando de informação, ou se basta conscientização. A gente quer separar esses dois efeitos. Então, o que é efeito da informação e o que é efeito da conscientização? A gente quer mensurar esses dois efeitos. Tá? Então, como é que é feito o nosso desenho? Né? Então, aqui, de novo, a gente está atrás de causalidade. Então, o que a gente fez, o que a gente desenhou, é um experimento aleatório, um RCT, né, como a gente costuma dizer, em que a gente organizou as escolas em 3 grupos. Né? Um grupo de escolas que é um grupo de controle, que não recebe intervenção nenhuma, um grupo que recebe essa comunicação de awareness, de consciência. Então, aqui está um exemplo, né? É uma mensagem, você manda uma mensagem genérica para os pais, dizendo que, ou seja, ir à escola todo dia é importante. Enquanto você tem uma outra mensagem, que é a combinação das duas, como eu disse, né? Porque nesse caso aqui você está fazendo as duas coisas, né? Você está fazendo awareness e você está fazendo information também. Você está dando uma informação precisa para os filhos, para os pais, sobre quantas vezes o filho faltou. E a gente vai procurar olhar se esses dois tratamentos têm efeitos diferenciados nos resultados chaves aqui que a gente vai olhar. Então, na verdade, a nossa amostra consiste em 15.600 pais, tá? Eu já vou falar por que são pais, em 226 escolas de São Paulo. Tá? A gente está focando no 9º ano do ensino fundamental, então crianças entre 14 e 15 anos. E aí, por que a gente está focando aqui? Porque a gente sabe que as taxas de abandono entre o ensino fundamental e o ensino médio são altas. Então, a gente queria entender se o programa teria efeito nessa dimensão. Né? E, por fim, a gente foca especialmente no programa de matemática. Tá? E lembre, isso aqui é feito por mensagem de texto. Então, por que a gente focou em matemática? Primeiro, que a gente queria ter português, né? Ou seja, aqui no 9º ano você tem professores diferentes para matemática e português. Então, a gente queria ter uma ideia de spillover, né? De transbordamento do programa entre disciplinas, né? Uma vez que você tem professores diferentes. A outra razão que a gente fez isso é porque, eu vou mostrar aqui o desenho, isso envolve comunicações semanais com os pais. E a gente está preocupado em ter a intervenção em 2 disciplinas, porque a gente teria excesso de comunicação com os pais, e eles poderiam começar a banalizar as mensagens. Então, a gente quis focar só em uma disciplina para ter certeza que a gente não estaria correndo risco de mandar mensagens excessivas para os pais. E a gente focou em 3 elementos aqui. A gente focou em attendance, né? Ou seja, em os filhos estarem indo até a escola, atraso, né? Uma dimensão diferente, então uma coisa é você ir para a escola, outra coisa é você chegar atrasado, e depois se a lição de casa e os trabalhos estão sendo entregues. Tá? Então são essas 3 dimensões que a gente focou. A gente gostaria de ter feito também com informação de nota dos filhos. A gente não fez isso porque esse foi um tema que a Secretaria de Educação aqui do Estado de São Paulo, que foi com quem a gente fez o projeto, achou que nota era algo muito sensível para levar esse projeto, e a gente acabou preferindo não fazer. Né? Ou seja, a gente, basicamente, as mensagens, ou seja, os grupos que iam receber as mensagens, eles são determinados de forma aleatória. Tá? Os resultados que a gente olha, primeiro olhando para esses dados administrativos, então a gente olha para a presença dos filhos, a gente olha para a nota dada, atribuída pelo professor, que aqui a gente está chamando de GPA, e a gente olha também para as taxas de aprovação. Tá? Esses são os resultados que a gente olha. A gente também olha para testes padronizados, e aqui a gente está abandonando, na verdade, São Paulo, ou seja, o Estado de São Paulo, no último ano, passou a usar uma prova trimestral, que é aplicada a cada 3 meses, que é chamada de AP, que é padronizada para todas as séries. No entanto, como essa prova, ela não tem nenhuma regra de participação, de obrigatoriedade de participação, as taxas de participação variam muito entre as escolas. Então, depois de olhar para os dados, a gente preferiu abandonar, porque tem uma taxa, ou seja, tem um nível de seleção entre os alunos que fazem e não fazem, que acabavam comprometendo o experimento. Tá? Então, a gente vai olhar para a nota do SARESP, mas não para essa prova. Tá? A gente faz uma pesquisa com os pais, essa pesquisa é feita por telefone. Tá? Então, é uma ligação por telefone, aquele sistema de URA, sabe, de telemarketing, que você liga e faz uma gravação fazendo uma série de perguntas, tá? E os pais respondem clicando, teclando no número, na tecla no telefone, dizendo qual opção eles escolheram. A gente fez com os pais tanto no baseline, antes da intervenção, quanto depois da intervenção. É claro que a gente não fez com todos os pais, a gente fez com uma amostra de pais, até por conta dos custos. Né? Depois, sim, a gente fez uma pesquisa com os alunos, e aí foram com todos os alunos de todas as escolas, e só foi ao final do programa. Tá? Então, essas são as dimensões que a gente vai estar olhando, as dimensões... Sure. Yeah, exactly.
Not necessarily about their own engagement.
Yeah, exactly. They were asked about both. They were asked about their engagement and also about parental engagement. Bom, qual é a nossa maior contribuição para a literatura? É exatamente essa, em diferenciar esse efeito de conscientização e o efeito de informação. Então, quando você olha para aquele corpo da literatura que eu mencionei, ninguém separa essas duas coisas. Ou eles estão muito focados em conscientização, ou eles estão focados em informação. E o nosso ponto aqui é que quando você está informando os pais, na verdade, você também está conscientizando eles. Então, a gente quer separar esses dois efeitos. Tá? Tem uma contribuição importante que é de contexto. Né? A gente está focando no contexto de um país em desenvolvimento. E por que isso é relevante? Por que isso é relevante? É porque a visão de túnel, ou seja, aquela história de visão de túnel, o que a literatura comportamental sobre decisões em ambientes em desenvolvimento diz, é que essa questão da visão de túnel ela é mais presente nos contextos de países em desenvolvimento, especialmente para as famílias mais pobres. E a outra questão, aquele argumento, né, ou seja, de que o outro canal pelo qual a awareness poderia afetar a participação dos pais na atividade dos filhos, é simplesmente os pais não saberem que aquelas atividades são importantes. Né? Exatamente pela escolaridade que eles têm de referência. São pais de baixa escolaridade e, portanto, eles não têm em mente, não têm como ponto de referência escolas de alta qualidade. Então, por esta razão, ou seja, fazer neste contexto também é uma inovação.
Just a clarification question.
Sure.
So, you're separating awareness and information. Do the information people get more messages, though?
No, I'm going to show you the design. We are very careful about that, right? Aqui são os nossos achados, tá? O primeiro é que a gente encontra que comunicação tem efeitos positivos nessas dimensões, em attendance, né, em participação, em presença na escola, nos exames do SARESP e também nas taxas de promoção. Né? Depois a gente encontra que quase todo o efeito ele vem de awareness. Né? Ou seja, muito pouco, existe um efeito adicional de informação muito pequeno. Depois a gente vai mostrar aqui, talvez os psicólogos possam ajudar a gente a entender, é que informação tem um efeito no mindset dos alunos, no growth mindset dos alunos. Eu vou falar um pouquinho sobre isso. Então, informação parece ter... É o único lugar que a gente só encontra efeito na combinação de awareness e informação e não encontra efeito em awareness. Aqui tem eu nem vou passar por isso aqui, porque eu não vou mostrar para vocês hoje, então... So this I'm not going to show you today because it's preliminary. Actually, I don't have like the results here with me. I was expecting to have, but I don't have it now. Então vamos lá. Qual que é o nosso roadmap aqui? Eu vou falar do desenho, depois eu vou falar da plataforma. Isso foi feito com uma plataforma de comunicação entre escola, professores e pais. Vou falar da amostra, de como foi feito, ou seja, qual é o cronograma de implementação, os resultados, mostrar alguns resultados, alguns exercícios de robustez dos resultados, falar sobre mecanismos e sobre transbordamento. Tá? E depois falar da conclusão. Tá? Então, primeiro, né, ou seja, a maior preocupação nossa aqui é com contaminação ou efeito de pares, tá? Porque como são crianças nas mesmas escolas, a gente tem preocupação, na verdade, nas mesmas classes, existe aqui uma preocupação de efeito de contaminação ou efeito de pares. Tá? Então, a gente desenhou um processo de aleatorização, né, de randomização, em 2 estágios. Tá? Então, primeiro, a gente organizou as escolas em 4 grupos diferentes. Tá? Uma em que... então, essa aqui são os grupos. Tá? Então, a gente organizou as escolas em 4 grupos diferentes, onde cada grupo, o primeiro grupo A tem 28 escolas, o grupo B tem 28 escolas, o grupo C tem 114 escolas e o grupo D, 56 escolas. Como eu disse, nessas escolas a gente tem 15.600 alunos que são acompanhados. Depois, o que a gente fez? A gente dividiu dentro dessas escolas os alunos em categorias de tratamento diferentes. Tá? Então, na escola do tipo B, a gente tem alunos que recebem só o tratamento de awareness e o outro grupo que não recebe nada. Tá? Depois, nas escolas do tipo C, a gente organiza a amostra em 2 tipos. A gente tem os alunos que recebem, os pais, né, que recebem informação sobre awareness. Depois, a gente tem o grupo que recebe awareness mais information. E depois, a gente tem o grupo o grupo de controle. Tá? E, por fim, a gente tem esse terceiro grupo de intervenção, que uma parte recebe awareness, outra parte recebe awareness mais informação, e aqui é informação individual sobre o aluno, e no terceiro grupo ele recebe informação individual e informação relativa. Por que a gente achou importante ter informação relativa? Porque, às vezes, a informação que falta para o pai não é como o filho dele está indo, mas é como o filho dele está indo em relação à classe. Essa pode ser a informação relevante. Então, a gente separa aqui num terceiro grupo, que é um grupo que recebe a informação específica e a informação relativa. Tá? Então, esse aqui é o desenho, é o nosso desenho do nosso experimento. Tá? Então, se a gente olhar para as subamostras C e D, né, elas permitem separar o componente de informação e awareness, né, porque eu tenho aqui as duas coisas acontecendo, né, awareness e informação na mesma amostra, e a D permite separar aqui o efeito de informação individual e informação relativa. Tá? E, por fim, a B ela permite isolar, porque o que acontece? Né, tanto nos grupos C e D, eu tenho as duas intervenções acontecendo junto, né, awareness e informação no nível do aluno. Então, se você tiver algum tipo de spillover, ou seja, de transbordamento de informação para awareness e awareness para informação, eu não tenho, ou seja, eu não consigo limpar esse efeito. Aqui, a amostra B, como eu não tenho uma intervenção de informação, eu consigo entender, eu consigo separar esse efeito de spillover de um programa no outro. Tá? Essa que é a ideia do desenho. E aqui eu tenho um grupo de escolas que não recebe absolutamente nada. Tá? E por que ele é importante? Porque esse grupo de escola, ou seja, se eu comparar o que acontece com o aluno controle de qualquer uma das escolas tratadas, com o aluno controle de uma escola que nenhum aluno é tratado, o que acontece, eu consigo identificar o efeito de spillover ou efeito de transbordamento do programa dos alunos tratados para os não tratados. Tá? Essa que é a ideia. Bom, deixa eu explicar aqui como é que funciona. Tá? Então, lembre, isso aqui é só para os professores de matemática, e eles têm que falar sobre essas dimensões. Né? Como eu disse, presença, atraso e entrega de material. Tá? De novo, para não sobrecarregar os pais com excesso de informação, a cada 3 semanas eles falam sobre uma dimensão. Tá? Então, o calendário de mensagens foi organizado em 18 semanas. Então, na primeira semana, os professores falam só sobre se os alunos foram ou não foram na escola. Né? Na segunda semana, eles falam sobre atraso. Na terceira semana, eles falam sobre entrega de lição de casa. Né? E aí depois começa de novo. Tá? E aí, quando começa de novo, eles sempre falam sobre aquela dimensão referente às últimas 3 semanas. Né? Então, agora, o que acontece é que, ao invés do pai só ter informação no boletim, ou ele precisar de ir até a escola pegar essa informação, agora ele tem no celular dele essa informação a cada 3 semanas.
A ordem de envio de mensagem é a mesma para todos os tratamentos, ou vocês também sortearam?
Não, a gente não fez isso. Acho que a gente não tinha nem poder para, se a gente quisesse ver o efeito sobre a ordem, para fazer isso. Então, como é que funciona? Os professores entram numa plataforma, tá? E aí isso foi um trabalho hercúleo, a gente desenhou uma plataforma, e a gente sobe todos os dados dos alunos na plataforma, e aí foi feita uma campanha de cadastramento de telefone dos pais. Então, a escola foi lá e mobilizou os pais para irem até a escola e darem os telefones celular deles. Tá? Tanto no controle quanto no tratamento, a gente só está com os pais que deram os telefones. Isso é mais ou menos 66% da amostra. Tá? E não tem nenhum viés entre controle e tratamento. Até porque, nessa altura do cadastro, a escola nem sabia em que amostra ela ia cair. Então, ela teve essa campanha de cadastramento, as escolas cadastraram. A gente, quando comunicou para as escolas o programa, foi antes do sorteio. A gente falou, olha, vocês estão concorrendo à chance de participar de um programa. Vocês querem entrar ou não querem entrar? Essa foi a primeira seleção. A gente selecionou 226 escolas que queriam concorrer a uma loteria para participar do programa. Depois a gente se reuniu com elas e falou, olha, para participar agora, vocês têm que cadastrar o telefone dos pais. E aí, em média, essa taxa de cadastramento foi, na verdade, na população toda foi 66%, e você não encontra diferenças entre as escolas, ou seja, entre os diferentes grupos de tratamento. Essa taxa de 66% ela é constante. Tá? Bom, e como é que funciona, né? Então, essa aqui é a dimensão, de as opções que o professor tem de comunicação para a presença. Essas aqui são as dimensões que o professor tem para comunicar, de comunicação para atraso, e essa aqui são as dimensões que o professor tem para comunicar se a entrega do material foi feita ou não. O que é importante é que essas dimensões, até para controlar as mensagens, né, porque se eu deixasse isso aberto, cada escola ia comunicar isso de um jeito. Então, na verdade, a gente criou um sistema de rating. Tá? Como é que funciona esse sistema de rating aqui? Suponha que essa aqui é a dimensão tarefa. Essa aqui é a plataforma, a imagem da plataforma. Aqui é cada um dos alunos. Tá? Então, tem aqui a nossa aluna aqui, Amanda Cardoso. Ela teve, nessa semana aqui, um rating de 4 estrelinhas. Então, isso significa que ela entregou todas as tarefas. Então, associada àquelas estrelinhas, tem essa mensagem aqui de que ela entregou, a mensagem 4, de que ela entregou todas as tarefas. Então, o professor, na hora que ele clica naquela estrelinha, na verdade, quando ele põe o mouse em cima da estrelinha, ele sabe exatamente a mensagem que vai. Tá? Então, ele sabia... Exactly. Yeah, each star, so basically they are doing ratings for each dimension, and each rating is associated with a type of message, with a menu of messages. That's the way that was done. Bom, tá claro, gente? Dúvidas aqui de como a coisa foi feita? Então, os alunos não receberam, só os pais. Tá? Só os pais recebiam as mensagens.
Essa campanha de cadastramento tinha... Claro, como que a escola ia atrás dos pais? Tinha algum pretexto?
Tinha. A gente procurou, na verdade, fazer essa semana de cadastramento, começar a campanha de cadastramento uma semana antes da reunião com os pais, que as escolas tinham. Elas têm uma semana que elas têm lá a reunião com os pais. E a ideia foi que a escola comece a comunicar com os pais, com os meios que ela tem. Tá? E aí, na reunião com os pais, eles distribuem folhetos. A gente até criou folhetos explicando que eles estavam participando de um programa. Tá? Inclusive, o pai tinha que autorizar, que ele mostrar interesse que ele estava participando no programa. Tá? Mas, de novo, né, a aleatorização só é feita para os pais que estão cadastrados. Então, ela é condicional só a quem participou. Tá?
Vocês tinham algum controle de que os pais viam as mensagens?
Não, eu vou mostrar para você. Quando a gente liga para os pais, a gente pergunta se ele recebeu mensagem ou não. Vocês vão ver que os pais que estão no grupo tratamento falam que recebem. Os que estão no grupo controle falam um pouco, eu já vou dizer porque que eles falam que recebem. Tá? Bom, então, ou seja, de novo, né, os pais que estavam, agora a gente tem dentro das escolas, os pais que se cadastraram, eles podem ser, dependendo do grupo de escola que eles estão, os pais vão ser associados aleatoriamente para cada um desses grupos, ou o grupo de awareness, ou o grupo de awareness mais information. Tá? E aí esse aqui é um aspecto importante. Apesar da escola estar preenchendo uma informação no nível do aluno, né, ela está preenchendo para todo aluno. Ela não tem, o pai, a escola, o professor que está preenchendo, ele não sabe qual aluno está com qual tratamento. Então, por exemplo, se um aluno está só na campanha, que não tem informação específica, Não importa se o professor, para aquele aluno, coloca 1 estrelinha ou 4 estrelinhas. Ele vai ganhar a mesma mensagem, o pai falando, olha, entregar, suponha que é a dimensão, a entrega de exercício. Ele fala, entregar exercício é importante. Tá? E o professor não sabe, ele não tem nenhuma informação sobre qual aluno está em qual tratamento. É óbvio que na medida que a dinâmica do ano acontece, o professor pode descobrir isso. Tá? Mas no começo ele não sabe qual aluno é tratado e qual aluno está em qual grupo. Tá? Então, de novo, né, eles não sabem quem está recebendo. As mensagens são desenhadas, isso é algo importante. As mensagens são desenhadas, so going back to your question, as mensagens são desenhadas de forma que elas têm o mesmo tamanho e que a frequência de mensagens, não importa qual grupo você esteja, é igual. Tá? Então, a gente se preocupou que as mensagens tivessem mais ou menos o mesmo número de caracteres e palavras, e se preocupou que a frequência e a data e o momento de entrega fosse o mesmo para todos os grupos. De novo, só se o professor preenche, não importa. Então, se você está no grupo, por exemplo, se o aluno está no grupo que não tem informação específica, é só uma campanha de conscientização, o pai só recebe aquela campanha de conscientização se o professor preenche a plataforma. Então, ou seja, para todos os grupos, mesmo que ele não precise daquela informação específica, o pai só recebe aquela informação no caso do professor ter preenchido a informação daquele aluno. Bom, isso aqui é sobre o estado de São Paulo. I believe you guys are very familiar with the state of São Paulo, so I don't need to go on the details here. I say that this is a slide for gringos, but you guys are not very gringos, so... Então, aqui é sobre São Paulo, não vou perder muito meu tempo. Então, aqui é o timeline. Tá? Então, como é que funciona? Né? A gente primeiro fez a pesquisa com os pais aqui durante essa semana aqui entre 13 e 22 de junho. A gente teve 3 semanas no dia 28 de junho, na verdade, uma semana antes das férias, os professores começaram a usar a plataforma. A gente decidiu fazer isso, mesmo sendo um pouco antes das férias, que é o que a gente chama de onboarding process. É o tempo que os professores, para eles se acostumarem com o sistema. E a gente tinha um pessoal lá no call center dando assistência para eles tinham dificuldade. Então, esse foi um período aqui de adaptação à plataforma, para quando começar o segundo semestre, eles estivessem prontos para rodar. Então, efetivamente, aquelas 18 semanas que eu mostrei para vocês, começam a contar aqui a partir do segundo semestre, quando as mensagens começam a ser enviadas. E aqui no vermelho é quando acontece o SARESP, aqui na semana do dia 21 do 25 é quando a gente tem a survey dos alunos, e aqui é quando a gente tem a entrevista por telefone. Então, esses aqui são os momentos de coleta de informação. Isso aqui é o que a gente chama de table number 1, né, para mostrar que está tudo balanceado. O normal, como a gente está trabalhando aqui com 5% e 10% de intervalo de confiança, foi o jeito que a gente fez nosso cálculo de poder, o normal aqui seria para todas essas dimensões, em 10% delas a gente encontrar algum tipo de efeito. A gente só encontra aqui, só para a idade, que a gente encontra aqui uma pequena diferença. Só que quando a gente faz um teste conjunto, se essas coisas aqui são diferentes entre os grupos, a gente não encontra nenhuma diferença entre os grupos. Né? Bom, foi desenhado para ser assim, né? Seria surpreendente se não fosse assim. Né? Bom, o que é isso aqui? Isso aqui é a taxa com que os professores acessaram a plataforma para imputar a informação, né? Para entrar em informação. Como você pode ver entre os grupos, tem um pouquinho mais baixo para o grupo de Awareness mais Information, mas é muito pouquinho, uma diferença de 2%. E entre os grupos de controle e o grupo de... óbvio, aqui é o grupo de controle dentro da escola, da mesma sala, né? E o grupo de Awareness. Ou seja, o que a gente vê é que não importa muito o grupo, a taxa de resposta foi parecida. Por que isso é importante? Lembra que eu disse que o professor ele pode descobrir qual o tratamento que o aluno está? Se o professor descobre qual o tratamento que o aluno está e isso afeta o comportamento dele, a gente deveria observar comportamento diferenciado. Então, o que é importante é que não importa, o professor, ele não importa em qual dimensão ele está, ele responde igual. Tá? Outra coisa que é importante dizer é que o professor não consegue enviar as mensagens se ele não preencher para todos os alunos. Então, o sistema, se ele só escolher alguns alunos para mandar E ele apressava e falava, não, você tem que responder para todos os alunos. Então a gente meio que força o professor a ter que fazer isso para todos os alunos. Não, então o que eu estou dizendo, 66%, a compliance é de 66%. Tá? Ou seja, não é baixa. Tá? Agora voltando para a pergunta do Matheus, né, se os pais falam que... Então a gente pergunta, na verdade, para os pais se eles receberam mensagem ou não, né, na pergunta por telefone. Porque a gente quer saber se os pais perceberam que a gente estava mandando. Não adianta nada a gente fazer toda uma campanha dessa e os pais não estão nem olhando. Então, se você olhar para o grupo de tratamento, 89,8% dos pais estão dizendo que receberam mensagem da escola. Enquanto o grupo de controle, 46,4%. Por que o grupo de controle diz que sim? Porque, lembra, a gente tem que pegar o cadastro dos pais. Né? Para o grupo de controle não ficar sem nada, o que acontecia no grupo de controle? Tinha uma espécie de uma intervenção lá, onde não ia para o professor, ou seja, não era o professor que fazia qualquer tipo de informação. A escola, o diretor da escola poderia comunicar eventos que iam ocorrer na escola. Então, o pai recebe lá eventos de uma agenda. Né? Então, de forma que a escola de controle, ela também tem que cadastrar os pais. Como a gente queria ter certeza que a gente está comparando comparáveis, eu precisava ter esse processo de seleção de cadastro na escola de controle também. Então, para promover esse processo de seleção na escola controle, a gente criou esse mecanismo que nas escolas controle, eles cadastram e a escola só faz comunicação de eventos. E é importante dizer que nos outros grupos também, nos grupos B, C e D, a escola também fazia comunicação de eventos. Quando a gente pergunta para os filhos, né, se eles sabiam se os pais estavam recebendo a mensagem, a mesma coisa. 74% dos filhos dos alunos que estão no tratamento falam que sabiam que os pais estavam recebendo a mensagem, enquanto que no grupo, ou seja, então existiu aqui alguma comunicação dos pais com os filhos. Ou então o professor falou para o filho. Tá? Bom, então agora vamos olhar um pouquinho para os resultados. Tá? Aqui eu não vou entrar muito aqui na parte técnica, aqui é simplesmente comparação de média. Tá? Isso aqui é só um jeito meio sofisticado de fazer comparação de média, mas no fundo o que eu estou... Oi? É um economês. Isso aqui, o que eu estou só comparando médias, porque como eu lateralizei as coisas, eu só preciso comparar médias. Tá? A única coisa que eu vou fazer é que, lembra que em uma dimensão lá tem diferença entre a população, características da população controle e tratamento. Então a gente controla para quando existe essa diferença. Tá? É só isso que a gente está fazendo aqui. Tá? Então, quais são meus coeficientes de interesse? Meus coeficientes de interesse é esse beta 1, que ele me diz o efeito de conscientização, de awareness, e o beta 2, ele é aquilo, ou seja, ele é awareness mais informação. Então eu estou o tempo todo interessado na diferença entre beta 1 e beta 2. Quando eles forem iguais, eu estou dizendo, isso é só awareness. Porque se aqui tem awareness e informação, aqui eu tenho só awareness. Quando esses dois caras forem iguais, eu estou dizendo, olha, fazer informação, o efeito de colocar informação, ele não muda em relação ao awareness. Se eles forem tiver alguma diferença, é porque a informação está fazendo alguma diferença. Como se isso aqui fosse uma interação de awareness com informação. Tá? Bom, primeiro, o que a gente vai fazer? Eu vou olhar agora, só para o comportamento de preenchimento na plataforma. Então, ao invés de olhar para os resultados administrativos, os resultados de fora, eu vou olhar pelos resultados registrados pelos professores. Por que isso é interessante? Porque a cada 3 semanas eu tenho essa informação sendo coletada pelos professores. Então, eu vou olhar a diferença entre os grupos. O que eu percebo aqui é que, ou seja, a participação, ou seja, o registro de participação aqui dos filhos irem ou não irem para a escola vai aumentando para todos os grupos. O registro de se os alunos chegam em tempo também vai caindo para todos os grupos. Então aqui vou percebendo o efeito ao longo do tempo. Isso é porque a escola, na verdade, isso aqui é meio... Como eu estou indo para o final do semestre, também tem um efeito meio comum, que os alunos vão ficando apertados, que está chegando aí, você começa a faltar menos. Isso não tem nada a ver com tratamento. Isso aqui é um efeito comum de que você começa a faltar menos, você começa a ser mais pontual, porque na medida que você vai chegando no final do semestre, você começa a se preocupar mais, e você começa a entregar os exercícios, né? Porque a nota começa a ficar amarrada. Então, assim, esse comportamento aqui é comum. O que eu estou preocupado é com o comportamento diferenciado, que é o que eu vou mostrar nessa tabela. Tá? Estou olhando para essa tabela...
Just a clarification question.
Sure.
So if the scale goes like attendance goes from 2.8 to 3.2.
2, yeah.
So so basically the scale is half an attendance, right?
Yeah, the scale is the scale of the messages, because they say like the number of times that the students are not there. So they are limited to the way that we choose to communicate that, right? So, yeah. Agora aqui tudo a gente está comunicando com erro padrão. Tá? Então, isso aqui são, os coeficientes todos aqui são em termos de erro padrão na variável de efeito. Tá? Então, isso aqui é sempre, erro padrão não, desvio padrão. These are standard deviations on that variable, right? Então, o que a gente encontra aqui? Né? Lembrando aqui que eu estou só com o grupo de escolas tratadas. Por que estou só com o grupo de escolas tratadas? A escola controle, o professor não preenchia a plataforma. Então, eu só consigo fazer isso para o grupo de escolas tratadas. Tá? Então, o que eu estou encontrando aqui são efeitos modestos nessas dimensões. Tá? E eu já vou depois explicar por que esses efeitos são modestos. Lembrando que o grupo de controle aqui é sempre um grupo de controle contaminado, porque ele está dentro de uma classe que tem alunos tratados. Né? O que é importante é que, para nenhum dos casos aqui, mesmo tendo significância, aqui no caso de assignment completion, mesmo tendo significância aqui, eu não consigo diferenciar este efeito deste efeito aqui. Aqui é o teste de diferença entre os efeitos, e eu não consigo rejeitar que esses caras são diferentes. Tá? Agora eu passo a olhar para a amostra cheia, incluindo aquele que a gente chama de controle puro. Então agora, ou seja, eu tenho uma dummy aqui dizendo, uma variável aqui dizendo se meu controle ele está numa escola que não recebeu tratamento nenhum. Então esse coeficiente aqui, na verdade, ele vai dar o efeito de spillover, né, o efeito da externalidade. Ou seja, isso aqui é a diferença entre alunos que estão em grupo de controle. Seja o grupo de controle numa escola tratada para um grupo de controle numa escola em que ninguém é tratado. Tá? E aqui são os coeficientes que eu já tinha antes. Tá? Bom, olha aqui começam a aparecer os resultados. Tá? Lembrando que olhando só para esses coeficientes aqui, é a diferença dentro, ou seja, o que eu estou olhando aqui é a diferença em tratamento e controle para as diferentes escolas dos grupos Awareness e Awareness mais Information. Então, notem como os coeficientes são parecidos. Né? Ou seja, olha aqui no caso de participação nas aulas de matemática, de ir às aulas de matemática. Coeficientes são absolutamente idênticos. Né? Ou seja, Awareness mais Information entrega exatamente o efeito de Awareness. Se eu vou aqui para a nota, eu não consigo rejeitar que os coeficientes são diferentes. Se eu vou para o efeito sobre taxa de aprovação, também eu não consigo rejeitar que esses caras são diferentes. E a mesma coisa quando eu olho para teste padronizado. E lembrando que eu estou encontrando efeitos grandes aqui, da ordem de 0.1 a 0.5, né, de 0.15 a 0.5 desvios padrões. Então, para quem trabalha com essas medidas, sabe que esses são efeitos significativos, ou seja, a magnitude deles é relevante. Tá? Aqui a distribuição, eu não vou entrar nisso. Aqui são os efeitos heterogêneos por grupo, tá? Onde o azul aqui é a barrinha de Awareness mais Information, o azul aqui é a barrinha de Awareness e o verde aqui é a barrinha de controle, tá? De como está o controle. E o que eu sempre encontro é que, olha, se eu separar entre meninos e meninas, não tem uma diferença significativa entre os dois. A mesma coisa quando eu separo entre pretos e não pretos. Também eu não encontro uma diferença entre os dois grupos. Tá? Quando eu vou agora olhar para outras dimensões, isso é o que a gente está tentando entender ainda. Oi. Eu encontro efeito. Não, calma aí. Não, eu encontro diferença entre os grupos, mas não encontro diferença entre Awareness e Awareness mais Information. Tá certo? Isso que é importante. Tá? Aqui eu estou olhando só a população de... O efeito dos diferentes tratamentos para os grupos não muda. Tá? Agora, quando eu olho, por exemplo, se eles são recipientes do Bolsa Família, né, o que eu encontro aqui? Isso aqui são dados administrativos do Bolsa Família. Tá? Não é ele dizendo se ele recebe o Bolsa Família ou não. São dados oficiais que a Secretaria passou se aquela família recebe ou não o Bolsa Família. Agora eu começo a encontrar que para os grupos minoritários, digamos assim, ou aqueles associados a baixa renda, então, por exemplo, aqueles que recebem Bolsa Família, informação parece ser mais importante que awareness. Tá? A mesma coisa aqui, quando eu olho para a raça aqui, eu começo a ter uma pequena evidência aqui de que parece que informação tem algum efeito diferencial. Aqui eu estou fazendo uma desagregação maior. Aqui eu estou colocando junto black, brown, indígenas. Eu estou jogando todas as minorias aqui. Aqui eu estou jogando as minorias, estou deixando os negros aqui e os não negros aqui.
Mas aí uma coisa que é difícil de comprar
Não, é que aqui é attendance. Aqui é outra dimensão. Tá? É uma outra dimensão. Então aqui eu estou olhando para a nota. Aqui eu estou olhando para a nota. Desculpa, eu não falei que aqui eu estou olhando para attendance e aqui eu estou olhando para a nota. Tem essa diferença. Tá? Então, para a nota, aqui eu também encontro um efeito para os grupos de baixa renda diferenciado entre informação. Então, o que parece que para os grupos desprivilegiados, ou seja, os não privilegiados, eu encontro um efeito de informação. Não, aqui aqui neste caso é Bolsa Família contra não Bolsa Família. Aqui pais com baixa educação contra alta educação. Tá? Eu não controlei, não é uma coisa controlada para os outros efeitos. Tá? O que é alta educação e baixa educação? Aqui o corte, se eu não me engano, é a conclusão do ensino médio. Tá? Tem concluído ou não ter concluído o ensino médio. Tá? Bom, agora a gente vai fazer a decomposição dos efeitos para a informação. Tá? Então, como que a gente vai fazer essa decomposição? Né? Lembra, eu tenho aqui, por exemplo, então, awareness é uma mensagem desse tipo. Né? Então, aqui, for a good school performance is important that tone doesn't miss school for no reason. Então, aqui é uma informação que eu não dou nenhum detalhe sobre o tom aqui. O tom é o aluno. Todas as mensagens têm o nome do aluno, para o pai entender que é sobre a criança dele, para criar uma identidade com a mensagem. Tá? Mas aqui eu não dou informação nenhuma. Estou dizendo, olha, não é legal que o Tom falte. Né? Ou seja, que não é legal que ele vá perca a escola, né? Falte. Aqui é uma outra mensagem para esse aluno SAID, no campo awareness mais informação. E aqui eu estou dizendo para ele, né, quanto que ele faltou, com qual frequência ele faltou nas últimas 3 semanas, na aula de matemática. E aqui eu estou dizendo para o aluno, não só a frequência com que ele faltou, mas também a frequência média com que seus pares faltaram. Então aqui eu dou uma informação relativa, ou seja, eu qualifico a informação, consigo dizer se o pai consegue enxergar se ele está faltando muito mais que seus pares ou não. Sure. No, this is true. I mean, this is the information that the professor shows in the platform. So
that's the advantage of assessing all the students, so you can compute what the expected behavior is.
Exactly. Actually, we compare the information provided by teachers with the real information that you have for the administrative records, and they are very actually similar. Okay. Cabeça que está meio indo do inglês para o português, está complicado. Então, ou seja, por que isso aqui é importante? Como eu disse para vocês, pode ser que a informação que seja realmente importante, essa informação relativa, e não a informação, específica. Né? Além da informação específica, você dá a informação relativa. Então, agora a gente tem aqui, além do coeficiente de awareness, a gente tem 2 coeficientes de awareness mais informação. Um que é mais informação individual e outro que é mais informação relativa. E notem como os coeficientes são muito parecidos entre eles. Então, de novo, a gente não consegue rejeitar que esses coeficientes são diferentes entre eles. Mesmo nesse caso aqui que eu não tenho significância. Tá? Então, de novo, né, o que parece que está pegando, não importa se eu dou informação individual, se eu dou informação relativa, o que parece é que realmente é importante é só a campanha de conscientização. Tá? Deixa eu ver quanto tempo eu tenho. Quanto tempo eu tenho? 15 minutes. Ok. Então, isso aqui é o que a gente encontra em termos de parental engagement. Eu não vou mostrar para vocês aqui, para a gente não perder tempo, para eu conseguir terminar isso aqui em 15 minutos. Então, aqui são os resultados para parental engagement. Então, a gente mostra, ou seja, os alunos reportam que os pais estão conversando mais com eles sobre o dia a dia da escola, sobre a entrega de lição de casa, sobre as notas e sobre as aulas. E também estão incentivando eles a terem um bom comportamento nas aulas. Então, os alunos reportam que os pais estão conversando com eles sobre essa dimensão. Quando a gente olha, a gente tem uma espécie de time use survey, né, de como que os alunos estão usando o tempo deles em casa, em atividades da escola. O que a gente mostra é que os alunos estão passando mais tempo com atividades acadêmicas, tá? E em troca de outras atividades como tá em mídias sociais ou então tá vendo televisão. Então ele diminui o tempo dele de entretenimento e passa a se dedicar mais a atividades acadêmicas. Tá? E a mesma coisa quando a gente olha para Socioemotional Learning, o que a gente encontra aqui, this is Carol Dweck questionary in growth mindset. O que a gente encontra é que existe informação tem um efeito no questionário de growth mindset. Tá? Bom, algumas perguntas relevantes, né? Você pode dizer que, na verdade, esses efeitos aqui, eles são todos determinados porque o professor está respondendo à plataforma. Então, o ato do professor responder à plataforma está mudando o jeito que ele dá aula para os alunos e não tem nada a ver com os pais atuando sobre os alunos, mas é porque os professores agora estão respondendo à plataforma toda semana, então eles estão mais atentos àquelas dimensões e, portanto, o efeito está vindo todo do professor. Então, esse é um problema que a gente quer tentar mostrar, que o efeito que a gente tem não vem de mudança de comportamento do professor. Outro fato é que pode ser que na verdade, o efeito de awareness está vindo por conta de spillover de informação para awareness. Então, eu não estou achando diferença entre eles, porque um efeito está contaminando o outro. Então, eles são simplesmente iguais, porque uma coisa está contaminando a outra por conta de eles estarem na mesma sala. Então, eu vou tentar mostrar que o efeito não vem de contaminação de um com o outro. A outra coisa é que essa é uma preocupação, é que esse efeito poderia ser só por um período curto de tempo. Ou seja, o pai reage a isso na primeira semana, e aí, como eu estou tirando resultados em média, eu estou encontrando o efeito, mas na verdade esse efeito está morrendo no tempo, porque é só uma função da reação do pai na primeira semana. Tá? E eu vou tentar mostrar que, na verdade, a gente tem tem evidência de que esses resultados persistem no tempo. Né? Então, primeiro, agora, o que a gente faz aqui? Eu tirei o controle puro da amostra. Quando eu tiro o controle puro da amostra, eu estou agora só comparando o tratamento com aqueles que estão, alunos que estão na mesma sala. Se fosse tudo devido ao comportamento do professor, eu não deveria encontrar diferenças entre os alunos tratados e controles que estão dentro de uma classe tratada. Porque, ou seja, se fosse só o professor teria que afetar os dois grupos igualmente. Então, o fato de eu encontrar alguma coisa aqui dentro, ou seja, uma diferença em tratamento e controle, diz que, olha, não é só o professor, tem alguma coisa acontecendo que vai além de mudança de comportamento do professor. Então, agora, o que a gente quer tentar entender é se de fato esse efeito faz sentido, esse efeito que a gente está encontrando, vir só de awareness. Então, a gente rodou um outro experimento, que na verdade é parte de um outro paper que a gente está fazendo, eu só estou trazendo aqui, que é um experimento que a gente rodava esse tipo de intervenção. Primeiro a gente mandava, no primeiro dia, a gente manda uma mensagem para o pai, falando que, passando uma estratégia de como ele pode desenvolver as habilidades de escrita, de leitura, dos filhos. Depois você pede para ele exercer uma atividade. Depois você pergunta se o pai fez isso, e depois você reforça aquilo. Isso era um outro programa que a gente estava fazendo com uma outra amostra. O que é interessante é que agora eu vou comparar o efeito, e claro que aqui não tem informação nenhuma, né? Isso aqui é só motivação, eu só estou fazendo campanha de conscientização, não tem nada de informação que eu estou dando. Quando eu olho, eu estou chamando esse programa de engagement, eu encontro efeitos muito parecidos com o efeito que eu encontro na campanha de awareness. Então, isso está me dizendo, olha, quando eu só estou conscientizando os pais, não importa muito bem se é um programa mais estruturado, como esse que eu acabei de mostrar para vocês, ou se é só uma mensagem que está indo para os pais dizendo que aquela dimensão é importante, os efeitos que eu encontro são muito parecidos. Tá? Bom, como que a gente separa agora se os efeitos, na verdade, estão vindo de spillover entre tratamentos? Né? Lembra que eu tenho aquela subamostra A, que só tem awareness lá? Ou seja, eu vou usar aquela subamostra, eu vou fazer a interação de awareness com o aluno está naquela subamostra, para mostrar que os efeitos de awareness são significativos, pelo menos para as taxas de promoção e para a participação em matemática eu tenho efeito positivo. Então, na verdade, ou seja, Se eu vou para aquela amostra que eu só tenho awareness, o efeito ainda é até maior. Então, se está acontecendo algum tipo de transbordamento, é que a informação está diminuindo o efeito de awareness. Tá? Bom, como a gente lida com aquela questão do timing? Será que os nossos efeitos duram no longo prazo? Eles são algo efêmero, né? Que os pais simplesmente reagem assim que eles começam a receber as mensagens por uma questão de novidade e depois desistem do programa. Se a gente olhar no comportamento no tempo, né? E aqui são os dados administrativos bimestrais, né? Então isso aqui é antes da intervenção. Tá? Dados administrativos antes da intervenção. Aqui em attendance, né? E aqui no JPA, né? A nota dos alunos bimestrais. Na verdade, o que eu encontro é que depois que eu faço a intervenção, os efeitos vão aumentando e não vão diminuindo. Então, na verdade, ou seja, se fosse uma coisa episódica, eu deveria encontrar efeito aqui no primeiro bimestre, né? No primeiro bimestre em que eles são expostos ao tratamento, que no caso aqui é o segundo bimestre, e esse efeito deveria morrer. Mas o que eu encontro, na verdade, é que os efeitos vão aumentando ao longo do tempo. Tá? Bom, depois falando sobre mecanismos... Daniel, como é que eu estou de tempo? Já estourei, né? Então, eu vou falar rapidinho aqui, vou abusar dos meus 5 minutos, falando um pouquinho de mecanismos. A gente tenta entender se esse efeito funciona mais para os pais que são mais desinformados. Então, lembra, a gente fez uma pesquisa com os pais antes de começar a intervenção. E nessa pesquisa com os pais, a gente perguntava quanto que ele sabia da nota dos filhos ou quanto que ele sabia sobre o padrão de falta dos filhos. E a gente tem os dados administrativos do primeiro bimestre, que foi na época que essa entrevista foi feita. E a gente compara o que o pai disse com o dado real, o dado administrativo, que a escola nos diz, né, que a escola registra. E aí aqueles pais que são, em que essa informação bate um pai com o outro, ou seja, que essa informação, a gente considera que são pais informados. Aqueles pais em que essa diferença é muito grande, a gente considera como pais não informados. Tá? Quando a gente olhar aqui, depois há outro exercício que a gente olha, é se os pais estão inferindo desempenho ruim de mensagens de awareness. Então eles estão confundindo awareness com desempenho ruim. Porque o pai nunca recebia mensagem antes. De repente ele começa a receber mensagem, ele vai falar, bom, se eu estou recebendo mensagem é porque meu filho está indo mal. Então ele pode estar trocando uma coisa com a outra. Tá? Então a gente vai tentar mostrar que, na verdade, o efeito não vem dessa percepção errada dos pais de que a awareness, na verdade, é a informação de que o filho está indo mal. Tá? Depois, a gente... Bom, isso aqui é aquela coisa que eu disse para vocês que eu achei que ia ter aqui e não tenho. Então eu não vou falar do 3. Tá? Então, quando a gente olha para pais mais informados, a gente olha para pegar o grau de informação dos pais, a gente primeiro olha a concordância dos pais com taxa de falta dos filhos. Então o pai vai lá no telefone e fala, nas últimas 3 semanas, no último bimestre, quantas vezes teu filho faltou? Ele vai lá e fala. A gente vai lá e olha no boletim e vê aquela informação. Para os pais que acertaram, ou a coisa ficou muito próxima, a gente considera como pais informados. Para os pais que erraram, a gente fala que são pais desinformados. Então aqui nessa coluna são os pais informados e aqui são os pais informados e aqui são os pais não informados. E de novo, a gente não encontra diferença entre os grupos, tá? E a gente também não encontra, ou seja, que informação, o pai ser informado ou não, gera diferença. Porque uma hipótese que eu poderia ter aqui é que informação funciona só para os pais desinformados. E eu não encontro esse efeito. Na verdade, conscientização funciona igualmente para pais que são informados e não informados. E adicionar informação não tem nenhum papel nisso. Esse é o mesmo exercício que a gente faz para nota. Então lá a gente fez esse exercício com falta. Aqui eu faço o exercício para nota. E, de novo, a gente não encontra efeitos diferenciados. Aqui é meio sacanagem, né? Eu vou passando rápido, um monte de tabela, mas senão eu não consigo cumprir o tempo. E depois o outro exercício que a gente faz, eu não vou entrar aqui na tabela para mostrar, porque isso vai me tomar tempo. Qual que é a ideia? Né? Lembra que eu disse para vocês que o efeito de awareness, né, da mensagem de conscientização, poderia ser confundido com a ideia de que o pai está recebendo uma mensagem só porque o filho dele está indo mal. Então ele está confundindo awareness com informação. Essa é a percepção do pai. Então o pai está recebendo uma informação de conscientização, mas ele está lendo como se fosse um mau desempenho do filho. Como que a gente faz para mostrar que o efeito não está vindo daí? A gente quebra a amostra entre os filhos que estão efetivamente mal e os filhos que estão indo bem. Né? E o que a gente mostra é que, de novo, o efeito diferenciado entre os pais que têm os filhos com bom desempenho e os pais que têm filhos com desempenho ruim não muda. Né? Bom, essa aqui é a parte que eu disse para vocês que não teria. Depois é só para mostrar para vocês, isso aqui é importante, que a gente encontra enormes efeitos de spillover. Quando a gente compara aqui o que acontece, isso aqui são só comparação com grupos de controle. Então, isso aqui é o grupo de controle do experimento de awareness, isso aqui é o grupo de controle do experimento de informação, e isso aqui é o tamanho do spillover, ou seja, a comparação entre os... Desculpa, falando bobagem aqui. Isso aqui são os efeitos de awareness contra o grupo de controle, isso aqui são os efeitos de awareness mais informação contra o grupo de controle, e aqui o que eu tenho é grupo de controle contra grupo de controle. É o grupo de controle nas escolas tratadas contra o grupo de controle nas escolas puras. E o que eu encontro é um efeito grande de spillover. Quase da mesma dimensão do efeito que eu encontro nas escolas que são tratadas. Então, na verdade, ou seja, esses efeitos aqui são abaixo do que eles realmente são. Quando eu comparo um aluno, né, ou seja, de uma escola, quando eu comparo um aluno de uma escola tratada, mas que ele não foi tratado, com o efeito de um aluno de uma escola que não foi tratada, eu encontro um efeito quase tão grande de quando eu comparo um aluno tratado com um grupo de controle tratado. Então, ou seja, o que eu estou dizendo aqui é que os efeitos de spillover são gigantescos. O que é ótimo para o caso de políticas públicas, né? Porque você está me dizendo, olha, você quer ter um efeito de 0,114, desculpa, de 0,26, se eu somar essas duas coisas, eu não preciso tratar todo mundo. Eu trato um grupo deles e me beneficio do spillover, né? É exatamente a ideia de imunização que a gente tem na saúde. Não preciso imunizar todo mundo, basta imunizar uma parte da população que eu já garanto que a população está imunizada. Tá? Depois, olhando para spillovers entre alunos, tá? Comparando português com matemática. Aqui são os resultados para matemática, aqui são os resultados para português. Ou seja, apesar de eu ter sempre coeficientes positivos para português, eu não consigo identificar efeitos estatísticos, a não ser para o grupo de awareness aqui, para o GPA de português. Tá? Então, eu encontro efeitos positivos, mas eles não são estatisticamente significantes. O que eu posso dizer é que talvez esses efeitos sejam pequenos e, para o tamanho da minha amostra, eu não consigo identificar. Né? Ou seja, não tem nenhuma razão para eles serem todos positivos. Né? Então, ou seja, essa pode ser uma história, outra história que não tem efeito nenhum e aconteceu de aleatoriamente. Aqui eu estou pegando efeitos positivos. Qual que é a terceira história?
A terceira história é que você tem duas forças em sentidos opostos. Tem o spillover, do outro lado...
A concentração, perfeito.
Você pode priorizar a matemática.
Perfeito, verdade. Verdade. Eu poderia ter efeitos negativos, o Daniel está dizendo, ó, tem duas direções. Tem uma direção de spillover, eu estou mudando o comportamento do aluno, isso faria com que ele iria melhor nas duas disciplinas, mas, por outro lado, ele pode estar pondo mais esforço em matemática e, portanto, ele está deixando de estudar português, aí o efeito de português teria aqui para baixo. Perfeito. Isso aqui é uma combinação das duas coisas. Né? Então, quais são as conclusões? A gente encontra, né, que a awareness explica pelo menos 89% do efeito de comunicação com os pais, que o efeito de informação, o único lugar que a gente só encontra efeito incremental em informação é na coisa do mindset dos alunos, e a nossa conclusão é que vale mais a pena, ou seja, você simplesmente fazer uma campanha de conscientização do que você pôr muito dinheiro para fazer informação específica dos alunos. Né? Ou seja, isso aqui certamente é muito mais barato do que dar informação específica. Em vez de ter um obrigado, tem um apêndice aqui. Mas é obrigado.
Perguntas? Eu tenho uma pergunta, mas antes... Perguntas?
Você não vale, Daniel.
Ok. My friend Oliver John.
Oh.
So this is just lovely. I mean, wonderful research, and I love the way you walked us through all these complicated features of the design. And the the spillover is what a great idea to assess that directly by having the multiple kinds of control groups. The psychologists here are wondering, what is it that the parents are doing, right? So one of the possibility is that, I get these messages, and awareness does most of it because I yell at my child and I say, if I catch you missing one more class, you are dead. And therefore, I'm basically changing. I mean, I'm doing things inside the family to get the kids to school, right? Now, I'm surprised that you are not getting the any effect of whether there was any comparative information, right? Because you would think that knowing what's normative would be relevant, but if it's really an on-off switch in a way that you're reaching people who didn't think about this, that would be. Any thoughts, like even like observational ideas of what's going on, what the parents are doing?
Should I answer him first, or should I
my
wait
question is related to his. So basically, I think, an important piece here is whether it affected intrinsic versus extrinsic motivation. I mean, whether it's the parents that are threatening the kids, if you don't do this, something very bad will happen, or if, why? Because if it's intrinsic motivation, it's more likely to be more persistent or to be valid in other contexts. Okay? More questions? Oh. Do you want to answer this too?
Yeah, no, I think that these are great questions. I think that my answer is, I don't know much about that because I didn't collect data on other aspects of the relation between parents and students that goes beyond like the academic engagement of parents with the academic life of the students, right? So it's very hard to answer that with all those questions. What I can tell you in terms of parents' behavior is that parents and students, they agree, because we have like independent surveys with students and with parents, and both of them agree that they are doing more, they are more engaged in the academic life of the kids. But I don't know if they are engaged in a good way, like, oh, I'm motivating you, or if they are doing that, like, I don't know if they're doing that with carrots or with chicks, right, by the end of the day. So that would be great. Actually, that occurred to us, like, after we had the survey in the field. But yeah, I don't know if you guys have ideas of how could I look to it.
I think it's not only carrots versus sticks, but also whether, because now my parents are preoccupied with my performance, I feel this activity is more important in my life. Simply.
Yeah, no, that could be. But in that case, I don't see that. I don't. That's more like a kind of a subtle mechanism behind. I would be more concerned with the carrot stick thing because I really don't want like parents abusing the stick part. Maybe I don't know what you guys have to say about that. Yeah, you have to be. But then, you have to be fine with the outcomes that I'm getting here, because, I'm only looking to a specific set of outcomes, and I'm sure that the school should deliver other types of outcomes that I'm not looking, and maybe they are not doing well there. So, yeah.
I was intrigued by the type of information you were sending. You said less than 3. So you could say he or she has been absent more than, well, that could be a stronger message. And related to that, you could also experiment, but that's a suggestion eventually for a kind of follow-up research, because we are really intrigued what the parents are doing with this piece of information. So maybe you can expand on that and create 2 sorts of experimental conditions. So at least you have an idea, you can instruct them in a particular direction, A or B, Perfect. And see what effect that has.
Yeah, I was completely surprised by the results that we got. I was not expecting that. Actually, I was expecting most of the effect coming from information. A lot of people were actually, there are like so many people investing in technology to give like the right information for parents, and this is showing that this is just waste of money. So, of course, I'd like to understand more about nudging the messages, doing that differently. That could have like a differential effect. But we have a hard time. Actually, in the first design, we had like messages like in a different kind of wording. But this is a very political issue. We had to have like the approval of the Secretary of Education because we were really concerned with, with the content of the message. So we ended up doing that way because it was the way that they approved. Right.
I have a question concerning the fact of that you find. Do you think that you can look at the brothers, and maybe you can?
We are actually doing that. We are actually looking to brothers. The problem here, we cannot look to brothers that are in the same grade. So far, we only have information on brothers that are on the same grade. We want to look to brothers that are in different grades, because the ones that are in the same grade, they are being treated twice, because they have a brother and because they are like in a treated sample, right? So yeah, we are actually collecting that data to see what's going on with brothers.
I have one other content question, and that is when you gave the introduction, which I liked a lot, I was wondering about control, and that is that my children often do not want to tell me what's going on at school, because then I might, have opinions or do something. So that then they call me a butt-insky. You put your butt into their life. And so in a way, what you're doing is you are short-circuiting that lack of communication between the parents and the kids. So some of the stuff that we're blaming the parents for not being more involved, it may not be the parents' choice. It may really be the choice of the children. And so if that's what you're cutting, that kind of block from the kids, then that may explain why it's less about information and more about awareness, because then the parents are saying, I'm getting a message, now you talk to me, and so on.
I got it. No, this is great. I think that's a great idea, actually. Actually, it's the first time that I'm thinking on that. It's like that they have like a tacit contract within the family, and I'm actually preaching that, right? And that could be disruptive in some sense for the family. Yeah, that's a great point. That's something new. I have to think better how I would, try to investigate that in a new setting.
The second way to put it is that you are empowering me as a parent.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
It's empowerment, not of this. Usually we talk, the kids should own the school. Hey, maybe some power for the parents too.
And there is something very interesting about what you're saying, that probably the results would be very different for different ages. So one thing is when you breach that contract among like older kids and their parents. The other one is when you do that for early age kids, right? So that would be like, but exactly. Thanks.
Do you have information you have the information about the parents who gave you the phone, that registered the phone?
Exactly, I do have.
Do you have the information of those who didn't participate?
No, I have information on those students, but I'm only concerned on the sample that the parents gave me the phone. Why? Because probably, there is like a selection bias here, that probably the parents of kids, so the parents that didn't give the phone number, they are different from the parents of kids.
But you can look at the grades.
I can look to the data. I don't have the results here. I could do that.
But
everything
you do
that
have the data.
I do have the data.
Okay.
I have the data for the whole sample. Yeah.
Because then you can compare what's happened with those two.
Yeah.
Okay, last question.
Do you have an analysis concerning with age grade distortion?
No, I didn't. That's one of the heterogeneity that we could look, but I haven't. Yeah.
Okay, guys. Bom, obrigado a todos. Thank you, the foreigners here. E, além de achar que foi uma tarde super proveitosa, agradecer de novo a Lucy e o pessoal da Psico que veio prestigiar. Finalmente chegou o nosso coffee. Então nós vamos fazer uma social. Fiquem à vontade também para conversar com...